Gerbiami konferencijos dalyviai, gerbiami svečiai. Labai džiugu.
Good morning, dear guests. It is a pleasure that this year we meet again to celebrate Constitution Day. The 25th of October is crucial for Lithuania and for its legal community. And a large part of that community, lawyers, judges, are here with us to celebrate this day. This is an international conference dedicated to the role of independent oversight institutions in the constitutional framework, and also dedicated to the 30th anniversary of the Parliamentary Ombudsperson's Office. Lithuanian Ombudspersons is the first institution on the protection of human rights to be established in Lithuania, and it celebrates its 30th anniversary, has made many achievements, and today we have a great opportunity to analyze the achievements and the current developments in defending human rights. Today's conference is co-organized by the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania, the Constitutional Court of the Republic of Lithuania, Mykolas Riomeris University, Parliamentary Ombudsperson's Office, and also Lithuanian Bar. And these are our long-standing partners for organizing such conferences. The first part of the conference will be moderated by me, Toma Birmontienė, and Dr. Stasys Šedbaras. Thank you, Professor Birmontienė. It's a great privilege for me to co-moderate this part of the conference with you. Professor Birmontienė was advisor to the President of the Republic of Lithuania, as a professor at Mykolas Riomeris University, and worked in the Constitutional Court. The topic is really very interesting. It has not been analyzed in depth so far. The conference on Constitution Day is very favorable for the oversight institutions. Well, certainly the establishment of the institution took some time, but the Constitution itself set forth the establishment of this institution. Now, why we needed the Parliamentary Ombudsperson's Office? Before the restoration of the Lithuanian independence, we had a semi-declarative provision in the civil code, and the fathers of the Constitution finally decided to give the oversight function by the prosecutor's office to 3 institutions. And the Constitutional Court was deprived of its function of protecting human rights. These were different courts, and finally the Parliamentary Ombudsperson's Office. Well, the system is so well-grounded, and today I would like to congratulate you on Constitution Day and on the 30th anniversary of the Ombudsperson's institution. I wish you every success in defending human rights, in sticking to the principled position, and in maintaining the trust of the population. Now I would like to give the floor to welcome addresses, and Dr. Juozas Olekas, Speaker of the Seimas, is the first. We will see his video address because the speaker is away at the moment.
Gerbiami teisininkai,
Dear lawyers, academicians, and all those who protect justice, the rule of law, and human rights. Allow me to congratulate you on Constitution Day, the day when we honor the fundamental law of our state that enshrines our foundations for democracy, freedom, and the rule of law. It is our shared duty to be the guardians of these principles and to build people's trust in the state. I thank you for your responsibility, integrity, and service to justice. In particular, I would like to thank the Seimas Ombudsperson's Office, the Lithuanian Parliamentary Ombudsman, who protect human rights and the transparency of public administration through their work. You are on a special mission. You oversee the activities of public authorities to make sure they act lawfully, effectively, and with respect for human beings. The Seimas Ombudsperson's Office acts in the spirit of the Constitution and helps to ensure that the government always serves the people and not vice versa. May this day inspire all of us to continue to strengthen the rule of law, where law is not a mere formality, rather, it is the foundation of trust in the state.
Dėkojame Seimo.
I thank the Speaker of the Seimas. Hopefully he will join us in other conferences. I would like to thank the Speaker of the Seimas for reminding us the spirit of Constitution and the need to defend it. Before introducing another speaker, I would like to mention that this conference is broadcast live on YouTube channel Open Seimas. And now it is a privilege for me to give the floor to Dr. Jolita Miliuvienė, Parliamentary Ombudsperson of the Republic of Lithuania.
Labas rytas, gerbiami konferencijos.
Good morning, dear participants, distinguished guests. As every year, I am delighted with the tradition fostered by the Law School of Mykolas Romeris University to commemorate the Constitution Day by organizing a scientific practical conference on constitutional law, which explores the fundamental contemporary issues and challenges of constitutionalism. Each year, the conference is dedicated to a specific theme or anniversary, and this year, as it has already been observed in a number of events, those anniversaries are particularly numerous, starting with the most important one, the 35th anniversary of the Restoration of Independence. In a restored independent state, some institutions needed to be re-established, while others had to be established. The Parliamentary Ombudsperson's Office, established in accordance with Article 73.1 of the Constitution, this year commemorates the 30th anniversary of its establishment, and it is them and other independent institutions and their role in maintaining and strengthening democracy that we will focus on today. Bruce Ackerman, an American constitutional law scholar, identified the new separation of powers a good quarter of a century ago by adding a new integrity branch alongside the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary, with the former being designed to root out bureaucracy and corruption that citizens face in their daily interactions with the authorities. Many modern contemporary constitutions contain these modern ideas on the separation of powers. For instance, the Constitutional Court of the Republic of Lithuania has also clarified that in addition to state institutions exercising state powers, the Constitution also names the institutions of control, which, in accordance with Article 5.1 of the Constitution, are not part of the legislative, the executive, or the judiciary, with the Parliamentary Ombudsperson's Office being one of them. Such independent institutions protecting and strengthening constitutional democracy are referred to as the fourth branch of state power. As democracy is facing increasingly greater challenges and political priorities continue to change, independent institutions such as ombudspersons become an essential pillar for safeguarding and protecting human rights and freedoms and overseeing proper functioning of state institutions. tirelessly reminding them that the real raison d'etre of state and local authorities is to serve the people, not the other way around. And so the Parliamentary Ombudsperson's Office, an independent and self-sufficient institution that helps to ensure the implementation of the imperatives of responsible management, public responsibility, and protection of human rights and freedoms. For the past 30 years, have consistently reminded the state authorities of their fundamental duty to serve the people. And throughout this time, the Parliamentary Ombudsperson's Office has undergone various changes, gained new mandates, and was accredited as the National Human Rights Institution under the auspices of the United Nations. The changes do not stop at that, and we're looking forward to the appointment of the third Parliamentary Ombudsperson. The motto, "Everyone's important," chosen by the institution, not only gives meaning to the purpose of the institution, but also describes its daily work as a patient, often silent, but invaluable contribution to building a fairer and more open state. It is value-based stance that allows the Seimas ombudspersons to remain a trusted voice of public conscience which is independent, principled, and always on the side of the people. However, as we talk about the journey of the past 30 years, we cannot limit ourselves to achievements only. This is also an opportunity to critically assess the institution's roles and to seek answers to the questions posed by the rapidly changing legal and political environment. Namely, how can independent bodies exercising control maintain their authority and influence as democracy weakens when public authorities increasingly tend to act in the favor of majority or institutional interest? How can we reconcile the nature of thought and modern power with the need to be effective? These and other questions will be at the focus of our today's discussions. In the meantime, as I look forward to these discussions, I congratulate everyone once again on Constitution Day and the Seimas Ombudsperson's Office on its 30th anniversary. I wish you not only interesting and meaningful insights, but also a shared commitment to strengthening the democratic foundation of the state, human rights, and the rule of law. Thank you, Jolita, very much.
She contributed to the organization of this conference. Thank you very much for that. And now I would like to give the floor to Dr. Lauryna Šedvytis, Chair of the Committee on Human Rights of the Seimas. This is a committee that is in close cooperation with Parliamentary Ombudsperson's Office. So this is a contact point for the institution. Thank you for giving me the floor. I welcome you to this anniversary and Constitution Day. I would like to speak from my background as a historian and recall things that were important to the development of democracy. Western parliamentary tradition was born from independence of social classes, meaning that every social class had the right to have their own rights. In this autonomy and within those rights, it was possible to develop different forms of cooperation, which limited the power of the ruler and the parliament. And this is the difference between the Western democracy model and similar models of representative democracy outside Europe. Ombudsman's institutions, as has already been mentioned, take on the role of the fourth power and have a very similar model of operation. They defend human rights even when in conflict with the legislative or the courts. And the Committee on Human Rights of the Seimas is the place where we see the claims given to the Ombudsperson's office and also the investigations. And from this, we see the workload and hard work the Ombudsperson's office does. This is critically important for democracy and human rights protection. The Ombudsperson's office is celebrating a 30th anniversary. Hope you will successfully reach the centenary anniversary in this tradition. Thank you. Well, the longevity is very important for democratic institutions. I hope that for Lithuania, your wishes will become a reality. And now I would like to give the floor to Julius Sabatauskas. We know him very well. He's our friend and colleague, participant of all the conferences. He is the chair of the Committee on Legal Affairs of the Seimas. He contributed to the organization of this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Dear guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome you to this conference dedicated to commemorating Constitution Day. This year, this conference is dedicated to the role of the independent control institutions in the constitutional setup. Independent institutions defending human rights are crucial for maintaining the balance in constitutional democracy, and they are inseparable from the democratic foundations of our state and the values of the Constitution. Now, the Constitution is not just a legal document. It is our common agreement, the foundation of our values, and the guarantor of democracy. It enshrines the principle of the separation of powers, the protection of human rights, and the independence of institutions. Independent control institutions, acting in accordance with the Constitution, become an integral part of democracy, not only overseeing the actions of the authority, but also strengthening citizens' trust in the state. Their contribution to building the rule of law is important, and their independence should be seen as a constitutional value. Only strong, independent, and transparent control bodies can ensure that the norms of the Constitution are not only declared but also implemented in practice. Our Constitution clearly states that the state of Lithuania is an independent democratic republic, that the rights and freedoms of individuals are inborn, and that all people are equal before the law, and that the court and other state institutions and officers and that institutions of power serve the people. The scope of powers of the institutions are defined by the Constitution. Now, that's the mechanism for the protection of democracy. These provisions not only define our constitutional framework, but also oblige us to build a state where everyone feels safe, heard, and respected. Independent control bodies, ombudspersons, such as the Seimas ombudspersons, equal opportunities ombudspersons, children's rights protectors, the subsequently established intelligence ombudsperson's office, all are vital parts of democracy. They not only monitor the government's compliance with the law, but also ensure protection of human rights when they're violated. Today, we have gathered not only to discuss the place of independent control bodies in our constitutional setup, but also to commemorate a significant anniversary, that is, the 30th anniversary of the Seimas Ombudsperson's office. This is an opportunity not only to look at the path that has been taken, but also to appreciate the importance of this institution for the consolidation of democracy. 3 decades ago, after the restoration of independence, the foundations of the rule of law were laid, and the Seimas Ombudsperson's office became one of the first institutions to protect human rights and monitor the compliance of public authorities with legal norms. Over the years, it has become an integral part of the democratic system. The Lithuanian equivalent of an Ombudsman's institution has established a culture of dialogue, recommendations, and prevention, which is no less important today than legal coercion. The institution of an ombudsman serves as a bridge between the citizen and the state, ensuring that every voice is heard and every infringement is assessed. It acts not on the basis of coercion, but on the basis of dialogue and recommendations, strengthening the constitutional culture and citizens' trust in the democratic system. These institutions act independently from the political authorities and can therefore objectively assess the activities of the public sector. Their existence and activities are a prerequisite for the actual realization of the human rights enshrined in the Constitution. I would like to share with you some ideas from the European Ombudsman's sayings. One of the European Ombudsmen has said that my institution is a small one, however, my mandates are quite vast and I will continue to use them. This reflects the spirit of the Ombudsperson's institution, in the sense that it acts quietly but effectively. And if I could make a joke, an ombudsman's institution is one that has no swords, but whenever it stabs someone, it always manages to hit directly at the heart, which is the conscience of a public establishment. Thank you very much, and I wish you a fruitful conference.
Dėkoju kolega Juliui.
Thank you, Julius Sabatauskas. And I also thank your committee because your committee has a special role within the parliament and legislation. Well, legal department and then the Committee on Legal Affairs are primary consultation points for legislation and its compliance with the Constitution. Thank you, colleague Sabatauskas. And now I would like to give the floor to Professor Dr. Inga Žalienė, Rector of Mykolas Romeris University. And thanks to this university, we continue the tradition of organizing constitutional conferences. If that was not for the Mykolas Romeris University, we would forget the necessity to celebrate this day in a meaningful day. So I give the floor to Professor Dr. Inga Žalienė, Rector of Mykolas Romeris University. Dear conference participants, speakers, and guests, it has already become a good tradition to meet at the representative body of the people, the Parliament of the Republic of Lithuania on Constitution Day. It is for the 12th time that we have assembled to discuss issues of importance not only for the legal community but also for society at large. I am delighted to welcome you to the conference dedicated to discussing the role of independent oversight institutions in the constitutional framework, and at the same time to mark the 30th anniversary of the Office of Parliamentary Ombudspersons of the Republic of Lithuania. The establishment of a national human rights institution in Lithuania was a major step forward on the path of building our nation and state, which had recently achieved independence from the repressive Soviet system and returned to the family of European nations. We must reflect on and assess what human rights activists have been able to achieve over 3 decades, to evaluate the situation critically, to discuss the new challenges faced by Lithuania and other countries, and to look for solutions in order to be able to identify and correct gaps and draw future guidelines. A free, just, cohesive civil society and the rule of law should not be taken for granted and is not a given. Even the best constitution in the world cannot guarantee the implementation of its provisions and the exercise of everyone's human rights. Unfortunately, it is sometimes surprising when the government officials sworn in on the Constitution quickly forget their oath, ignore recommendations of parliamentary ombudspersons, court decisions, and even threaten to overturn the Constitutional Court if it passes an unfavorable ruling. Thus, the Constitution becomes a legal reality only when we consciously and persistently pursue this goal, when we make public the instances of the abuse of power by the government and prevent dictatorship to take root. Unfortunately, today, both Europe and the entire democratic world are under the pressure of authoritarianism, and we increasingly witness the erosion or decline of democracy. Therefore, independent courts and the Parliamentary Ombudsperson's Office, together with the free and academic community and civil society, have a great responsibility to keep the bar high on the rule of law, good governance, and the protection of human rights and freedoms, even when the political context changes. This is not easy task, neither in Lithuania nor in Europe or around the world. The complex challenges of today's world open up serious problems. The success of addressing them depends not only on technological solutions, but rather on value choices. The last 3 decades have also been uneasy, but we have created an institutional framework which defends human rights, where a person can seek out-of-court retribution against the arbitrariness or failure to act on the part of the institutions. We see that life poses and will continue to pose new challenges related to migration, geopolitical threats, climate change, artificial intelligence, biotechnology, innovations, and other challenges of the world changing before our eyes. I hope that by addressing these problems and dealing with the legal issues, we enable the mechanisms guaranteed by the Constitution, which protect a person from unlawful actions and arbitrariness rather than inviolability of entities of power. As the great humanist Victor Hugo wrote, "It does not matter on whose side the force is. What matters is whose side the right is on." I believe that this conference will not be limited to an academic discussion, but will engage in a meaningful dialogue with all those who care about a more transparent, fairer state, a cohesive society, and the future of democracy. I wish everyone meaningful dialogue, patience, courage, and success in defending the values of the Constitution.
Dėkojame, rektorė, tikrai priminė.
Thank you very much. The Honorable University Rector has reminded us that anniversaries are an occasion to discuss topical issues, those that go beyond our country borders, and we do have a number of international guests today present as well. So this completes the part of the opening of the conference, and let us now move on to the introductory part on the guardians of human rights, the constitutional status and functional challenges of independent oversight institutions of today's event. And let us start with the representatives of an establishment that I hope will continue to remain independent as it is today, and that is the Constitutional Court. And with that, let me give the floor to Professor Dr. Gintaras Goda, President of the Constitutional Court of the Republic of Lithuania and Professor of Practice at Vilnius University. He will speak on the pillars of democracy, the constitutional status, and the role of independent oversight institutions.
Thank you. I would like to congratulate you on Constitution Day, and I also congratulate the Parliamentary Ombudsperson's Office with its 30th anniversary. I congratulate other ombudsperson's offices who help to ensure human rights and the rule of law in Lithuania and take on important functions. We have a dedicated conference for these bodies, and I think it is worthwhile doing this. Ombudsperson's institutions are related to the processes of democratization. Lithuania is not an exception. After the restoration of Lithuania's independence, Lithuania joined the Universal Human Rights Declaration of the United Nations, and human rights protection was constantly underlined as a priority. And in order to protect human rights, we needed the institutions to this end. And therefore, a Parliamentary Ombudsperson's Office was set forth in the Constitution. Traditionally, during a constitutional conference, we have a tradition when we get the explanations on why something was established. I do not know whether you recall this history. In 1932, a draft constitution was made, and it was unclear what happened, what parliamentary ombudspersons meant. We thought that was the oversight of the parliament. We all knew the principle of the division of powers, but the Parliamentary Ombudsperson's Office was a question mark for many. And when the institution was established in 1995, Algirdas Staminskas, the head of that institution, was housed in the parliament, and it seemed that he was actually responsible for the oversight of the parliament. Well, this is a joke, of course. But the beginning was not very clear in terms of the meaning of this institution. And we had draft laws on the powers of the Parliamentary Ombudsperson's Office. And discussions were made on, or were organized on the role of this institution. And later on, it was decided that ombudsperson was neither a prosecutor nor a policeman with different functions. Finally, the functions of the institution developed. Other ombudspersons' offices were established. The ombudspersons on equal rights of men and women and on the child's rights were established. And the framework finally developed as we have it now. The guarantor of these institutions is the constitutional status. In Article 73 of the Constitution, which stipulates this institution. In other countries, constitutional provisions on ombudspersons' offices are more numerous than in our case. In our constitution, says, well, our constitution says that we have such an institution, and it sets out its functions. As a representative of the Constitutional Court, I should speak about the judgments of the Constitutional Court on the provisions on Ombudsperson's office within the Constitution. Well, certainly, the decisions are not that numerous. Well, in one conference, I heard a speaker say that when Lausanne takes a decision, others tremble. So the Constitutional Court is not so strict in this respect, but we have some clarifications. First of all, I'd like to mention the decision of 2004 and 2015, which said that this institution is beyond the Montesquieu system of the division of powers, and which said that ombudsperson's institutions are neither executive nor legislative nor the courts. And the same provision was repeated in the decision of the Constitutional Court of 2015. It was concluded that administrative courts should not investigate the refusal by Ombudsperson's office to examine the claims, saying is not unconstitutional, and explained that Ombudsperson's institutions are independent and therefore their decisions and refusals cannot be under the oversight of the court. Well, certainly some issues should be attributed to the remit of the courts. And the decisions of ombudspersons cannot be complained against. In its decision of 2021, the Constitutional Court took into account the Venice principles, the case law of the Court of Human Rights, European Court of Human Rights, and other documents. And the conclusion was made that administrative courts should not be responsible for investigating the refusals by the Ombudsperson's office, which in turn underlines the independence of Ombudsperson's institution. The more recent decisions of the Constitutional Court include the decision of December 2022, which analyzes whether the provisions of the Parliamentary Ombudsperson's Office and Intelligence Ombudsperson's Office are in line with Article 73 of the Constitution. Part 1 and Part 2. The Constitutional Court ruled that there is no conflict with the Constitution, and interestingly, it disclosed a certain level of competition between two ombudspersons. And apparently it was considered first that Parliamentary Ombudsperson's Office was deprived of certain functions that were assigned to Intelligence Ombudsperson's Office. And the court ruled that there are provisions stipulating on the necessity or the importance of establishing institutions or ombudsperson's institutions to cover certain areas. We have many institutions now, probably we will have even more in the future. And the Constitutional Court ruled out that the Seimas or the legislator should retain its discretion in establishing such institutions, but the need for establishing such institutions should be justified, and the Parliament cannot assign the powers to ombudsperson's institutions that are in conflict with the Constitution. And the powers of such institutions should be clearly defined. Military defense institutions with the function of defense of the state and therefore they carry out the functions of the defense of the state, and the Parliament and the Seimas had the discretion to establish a special ombudsperson's office to oversee the defense institutions in order to ensure that powers are not abused. And it was also concluded that both Parliamentary Ombudsperson's Office and Intelligence Ombudsperson's Office can perform their functions independently. We have several decisions on the ombudspersons for academic ethics and procedures. In 2020, the Constitutional Court decided on the powers and obligations for higher education institutions to withdraw higher education qualifications. And it was concluded that the Office of Ombudsperson for Academic Ethics and Procedure, as an independent oversight institutions, has its respective powers, and having examined the contested legal regulations of the law on higher education and research, insofar as it granted the ombudsperson the power to adopt a decision obliging the higher education institution that awarded the higher education qualification to revoke the decision on the award of higher education qualification. The Constitutional Court recognized its constitutionality. It was confirmed that by establishing the Institute of Ombudsperson for Academic Ethics and Procedures, the legislature exercised the powers arising from the Constitution, in particular Article 40.4, in conjunction with Article 73.3. to establish a supervisory institution tasked with defending the public interest in the control of compliance with academic ethics and procedures in the course of scientific and educational activities. The latter decision is based on the positions set out in the previous decision of the Constitutional Court of the 22nd of December 2011. Here, the Constitutional Court had the task to look into Constitution in a systemic way. On the guarantee by Article 40.3 of the Constitution and the role of oversight, which means that the powers exist and the obligation exists for the institution. While Constitutional Court in Lithuania and elsewhere are being criticized, that Constitutional Court can rule within the framework of the Constitution only. Well, we cannot avoid that. Constitution is not interpreted. It can be interpreted by the Constitutional Court only. And this should be the case. Well, 35 years ago, we had red constitutions with unclear motives and objectives, and we had no constitutional courts. Sometimes the constitutional courts Sometimes the critics of the Constitutional Court state that the rulings of the Constitutional Court do not rule on explicit provisions of the Constitution, but interpret it. Other ombudsperson's offices exist, and the Constitutional Court has not ruled on them. And if any ombudsperson's office is established, its establishment should be well-grounded with well-defined powers of the oversight institution. Well, there are two main functions carried out by the ombudsperson's institutions, which is oversight of the government and the protection of human rights. Which of them is more important? Opinions vary on this, but these two functions are closely linked and they are inseparable. And the decisions of the Constitutional Court that I mentioned today stipulate that ombudsperson's institutions are additional subsidiary guarantors of human rights and freedoms, which shows that the protection of human rights role is primary. Certainly, it is an important and crucial role. It brings me to the end of my presentation. Well, I would like to stick to the time given to me. And finally, I would like to say that Lithuanian ombudsperson's institutions are critical for human rights protection and oversight, and they should remain. Democracy cannot be killed, but they can kill themselves. and democracy needs to be fostered. Therefore, we need responsible management, and for this, we need institutions and people who ensure the respect of democratic principles. I hope that we will continue to work together in building modern and strong democratic state. Thank you.
Dėkojam Konstitucinio teismo pirmininkui už doktrinos.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the overview of the constitutional doctrine. I believe it gives more clarity into the opportunities to look into these institutions. The Constitution of ours mentions that public institutions serve the people and that these institutions have to work in line with the Constitution. The Constitution has been effective for the past 30 years. And certainly there must be institutions making sure that the Constitution is embodied in practice as well. And so let us now give the floor to Assistant Professor Dr. Erika Leonaitė. She's the Parliamentary Ombudsperson of the Republic of Lithuania, the head of the National Human Rights Institution. She used to work as the General Secretary at the Commercial Arbitration Court, as well as a assistant judge, an assistant legal expert. She used to work as well at the Human Rights Institute, as well as a lecturer at the International Institute for Political Science. In 2021, she was appointed as the Parliamentary Ombudsperson of the Republic of Lithuania, and later on as the head of this office. So she has a wealth of experience, and so let us listen to her speech titled Beyond the Single Role, Opportunities and Hurdles for Multi-Mandate Ombudsman Institutions. Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to take part in this event. Let me just say that it's a unique experience to take the floor in this conference, seeing that there are so many familiar faces in this room. So thank you very much for taking the time and being together in this event. As for my topic, I have to say that in today's practice, it is quite rare to find ombudsman institutions that focus on just one mandate, such as defending the right to good public administration. Yesterday, we had an event joining Baltic ombudsmen. At the moment, let's say Latvian ombudspersons implement 7 mandates. And the same could be said about other European ombudsmen. Let's say next to the ombudsman's mandate, they also perform other mandates such as the protection of children's rights, or they serve as the ombudsman for equal opportunities, or they observe the protection of the right to getting information. There are a number of mandates that they may perform. Quite a number of these offices work as human rights institutions. And when that's the case, the ombudspersons of general competence have to engage in the promotion of human rights. And so, effectively, they can become human rights ombudspersons. And when it comes to academic literature, a scholar, Linda Rife, has pointed out that When general competence ombudspersons engage in the promotion of human rights, that's when they effectively become human rights ombudspersons. In other words, they simply evolve into becoming the protectors of human rights. Their real importance today lies in their ability to connect individual justice with systemic reforms. The experience of Seimas ombudspersons shows that adopting a human rights-oriented approach allows for a much broader understanding of the right to good public administration. It is not limited to checking whether procedures have been followed according to the law. Rather, it also considers whether actions are proportionate, whether interested groups are meaningfully involved in decision-making, and whether laws and practices, for example, those of the Lithuanian Prison Service of the Migration Department, comply with international and EU human rights standards. In this sense, the role of the Lithuanian Parliamentary Ombudsperson's Office as a as the national human rights institution is both empowered and clearly framed by the law on the Seimas ombudspersons. Under this law, the ombudspersons are mandated to investigate complaints about the abuse of power, bureaucratic misconduct, or other violations of human rights and freedoms within public administration. On the other hand, while international standards for ombudsman institutions such as the Venice Principles on the protection and promotion of the ombudsman institutions adopted by the UN General Assembly in 2020, considered to be the gold standard of ombudsman institutions, and the General Assembly resolution on the role of ombudsmen and mediators in promoting human rights, good governance, and the rule of law, the possibility of multiple mandates is mentioned. They stop short of offering clear guidance on how to use mandates, on how those mandates should interact, though. The Venice Commission, which serves as an advisory body to the Council of Europe on matters of constitutionalism and the rule of law, has merely emphasized that assigning additional mandates must not compromise the independence of the institutions and not blur the boundaries of its core mandate. However, there are no more clear guidelines as to how this should be done in practice. This leaves significant discretion and responsibility to the heads of ombudsman institutions and ombudspersons. They must design effective models that allow them to implement multiple mandates while still safeguarding the institution's integrity and independence. This task is truly interesting, creative, and dynamic, and I would like to present the main opportunities and challenges of multiple mandates through the prism of the experience of the Lithuanian Parliamentary Ombudsman's Office. The Lithuanian Parliamentary Ombudsperson's Office today operates under 4 complementary mandates. Alongside its core constitutional role to investigate complaints concerning abuse of power and bureaucracy in state and municipal institutions, the office also functions as the national human rights institution and the national preventive mechanism against torture and the national rapporteur on trafficking in human beings. Now, while these mandates may seem quite different at first glance, they are united by a common purpose: to strengthen the protection of human rights in Lithuania. And in doing so, the office draws not only on national standards, but also on the broader framework of international and European human rights law, including soft law. So the strategy of the Parliamentary Ombudsperson's Office is to seek synergies between these mandates, making sure that each reinforce the other. And this helps to ensure the Parliamentary Ombudsperson's Office's ability to respond more effectively and consistently to the complex human rights challenges that arise in practice. Let me give you an example from the field of migration, particularly in the context of what is often referred to as instrumentalized migration orchestrated by the nearby regime. From the perspective of the Ombudsman's mandate, it becomes necessary to examine complaints concerning the de facto detention of irregular migrants, cases where people were held without any individual decision or information on how they could appeal that decision. More recently, We had to deal with situations involving pushbacks of persons who tried to apply for asylum at official border crossing points, that is, pushbacks of persons who were not irregular migrants. In such cases, I found the refusal to accept asylum applications to be in violation of Lithuanian law, but also EU law, including the Schengen Borders Code. As part of our national torture prevention efforts, we regularly visit migrant accommodation facilities. These visits were particularly important during the height of the so-called migration crisis, when our findings on de facto detention conditions provided a factual basis for administrative courts to recognize such situations as equivalent to detention in legal terms. As we may understand, legally, this was framed as a commendation without the right to move in the country, when in practice it was only the right to move along the corridors of one building. In our role as national human rights institution, we have also responded to instrumentalized migration more broadly by commenting on draft legislation, presenting our position to the Constitutional Court on the unconstitutionality of automatic detention of irregular migrants, making third-party interventions before the European Court of Human Rights, and by providing information to international organizations. We also prepared human rights monitoring reports and engaged in public awareness raising activities. And finally, the challenges faced by migrants have also helped us as National Rapporteur on Human Trafficking to better understand the risks of human trafficking and labor exploitation, and to develop and propose preventive measures to address those risks. So this example illustrates how integrating information gathered through different mandates allows us to take a truly holistic approach to human rights protection. It enables us to use a variety of tools and mechanisms to develop targeted, evidence-based recommendations for policymakers and other decision makers. Such an integrated approach becomes especially important in times of crisis, when new challenges emerge for the protection of human rights and the rule of law. We see this, for instance, in areas like migration or in situations involving the marginalization of vulnerable social groups. In these contexts, the ability to draw on insights from multiple mandates is what allows the ombudspersons to respond effectively, comprehensively, and with a real impact. In situations where both society and the political majority may be unfavorable to upholding international human rights standards, having multiple mandates becomes especially valuable. It gives the ombudsperson's office broader tools to defend human rights and to engage in public debate, and to bring a human rights-based perspective into discussions that might otherwise exclude it. I know that quite a few European ombudspersons institutions have taken the opportunities when facing political pressures, and I can appreciate the fact that our institution never had to face such pressure, despite some of our inconvenient reporting to some. Our finances, our funding has been increased nevertheless. Certainly, next to a number of different advantages, multi-mandate ombudsman institutions also face significant challenges. Among the most important are the need to maintain clear boundaries between different mandates, to allocate often very limited resources, and to set priorities among them. These are some of the challenges that need to be addressed by the heads of these institutions. That's why it is essential that ombudsman institutions are involved when decisions are made about introducing new mandates or additional functions. Too often, however, governments do not fully understand what these mandates actually entail or the standards they are expected to meet. Sometimes new responsibilities are added without any additional resources, simply to satisfy formal EU or international requirements, while quietly hoping to avoid the discomfort that genuine implementation might bring. In some cases, New mandates may even be created that are partially incompatible with existing ones. Therefore, it takes ongoing effort to make sure that Ombudsman institution and its mandates are more than just symbolic, that looks good on paper but achieves little in practice or becomes kind of a fig leaf. The Seimas Ombudsman's Office, as well as other similar institutions, face these challenges daily and work hard to overcome them. Today I would like to focus in particular on one key challenge facing the Ombudsman institution, national human rights institutions, because this is an identity challenge. It is quite paradoxical that while accreditation as a national human rights institution positions the Ombudsman as a key actor in the human rights landscape, it also creates a constant need to balance these overlapping mandates. This tension arises from the difference between two approaches. On one hand, the classical Ombudsman is expected to remain strictly neutral, to follow a procedural and more reactive, complaint-driven model of action. On the other hand, a national human rights institution is expected to be proactive, to take initiative, and to engage in promotion and advocacy of international human rights standards, sometimes quite inconvenient issues. This balancing act becomes even more complicated today because many human rights issues, such as violence against women, the rights of the LGBTQ+ people, the rights of national minorities, and the rights of migrants, have become politically and ideologically charged. In a polarized society, some politicians interpret active engagement with these issues, or cooperation with civil society organizations, or participating in a pride march as taking sides in so-called ideological war, whereas favoring a particular political ideology. And yesterday, indeed, we've discussed with the head of one ombudsman institution, which is not considered a human rights institution, and it was said in the discussion that, yes, indeed, in their case, the head of that institution would not be taking part in a pride march. So what if both mandates are to be implemented by an institution? I myself have actually taken part in the Pride March. Now, at the same time, the media tends to give much more attention to these high-profile and politically sensitive topics than to the Ombudsman's everyday work. For example, investigating complaints about spatial planning, building permits, or road maintenance. As a result, the Ombudsman may sometimes be perceived more as a human rights activist than as a neutral legal professional who examines complaints and makes recommendations based on law and good administration. This perception can weaken both the impact of our recommendations and the authority of the institution. This situation certainly poses some risks in that the recommendations following the complaints might not seem as quite powerful, and the Ombudsman institution therefore might seem as a quasi-NGO institution. On the other hand, if the Ombudsman chooses to avoid politically sensitive human rights issues, to stay out of public debate, or to remain silent, then the institution will fail to fulfill its role as a national human rights institution. So we are constantly balancing between these two mandates. And this leaves perhaps many dissatisfied. I always say that my daily work entails disappointing everyone, because on the one hand, an ombudsman will be perceived as passive or too active. On the other hand, as a national human rights institution, it might be treated as one which is not too much invested in the issues under investigation. So this is our daily work to balance between the two important mandates, because you either care too much or you don't care enough. So these tensions between mandate standards and social expectations are part of my everyday reality as an ombudsperson and as head of a national human rights institution. Because the Ombudsman's mandate, unlike others, is directly enshrined in the Constitution, the largest share of our resources naturally goes towards handling complaints. At the same time, it is encouraging that the law on parliamentary ombudspersons explicitly integrates human rights not only into the mandate of the National Human Rights Institution, but also into the complaints handling function itself. Maintaining balance between these mandates requires a commitment to dialogue over confrontation, to political neutrality, and to grounding every position in international human rights law and the case law of the European Court of Human Rights, as opposed to emotions. In conclusion, I would like to stress that the Ombudsman institutions, including the Seimas Ombudsperson's office, they are not static. They evolve as they encounter new challenges and new opportunities, constantly reshaping their identity in response to the changing needs of society. And the Seimas Ombudsperson's office is also moving along this path of evolution towards making sure that we consolidate human rights as much as possible, that our institution finds its place on the map of democratic institutions, and that we contribute to the democratic state founded on the dignity of every human being, and we strengthen and reinforce human rights.
I thank the parliamentary ombudsperson. From her presentation, we can see that the life of the Ombudsperson's office is not that easy, and this contrast between mandates should be examined in the future, and trust in some NGOs and assigning a certain part of powers, because the area of activity, human rights protection, would be in line with the functions with non-public institution with high public trust. And therefore, the activities of parliamentary ombudspersons would be made very clear and precise. Maybe this number of tasks put on one institution is too complicated. Thank you very much. I thank you. We are actually on time. Well, the introductory part of our conference is over. I would like to thank the speakers and those who made welcome address. I see in this audience people who worked in different human rights institutions in Parliamentary Ombudsperson's office, and I believe that other parts of our conference will be much more informative. Well, I would like to use my privilege as a professor of Mykolo Romeris University. I would like to advertise the publishing of a new book of the constitutional law. Well, the co-authors of this publication are from Mykolas Romeris University and Vilnius University Faculty of Law. Hopefully, this book will enrich the constitutional law. Well, I thank Toma. I thank the speakers. Now we are going to have a break, and we will return at 10:30 to continue our meaningful discussion. Thank you.
Taip, tai džiaugiuosi, kad visus.
Well, finally, we are back to continue our conference after coffee break. We have two parts. In the first part, we will be speaking about classical ombudspersons. Although, as we have heard from Professor Dr. Leonaite, it is not easy to be a classical ombudsperson in terms of, well, in the context of all the challenges and requirements for the institution. And irrespective of the number of mandates and functions assigned to the institution, human rights protection will be seen as the primary goal of the institution, and will make every effort to ensure that a human being is not lost in the mechanism of public institutions. In this part of the conference, we have many interesting presentations, historical presentations. It is a great privilege for us to have representatives of the oldest ombudspersons institution, the first Seimas ombudsperson. A colleague from Poland, a scientist from Poland, acting chairman of the Constitutional Court of Ukraine. So without further ado, let us give the floor to the first speaker. Well, it is an honor for me to co-moderate this part of the conference with Jolita Miliuvienė. She is a great researcher, teacher, and parliamentary ombudsperson. And the book that Professor Birmontienė showed is also the contribution of Jolita Miliuvienė. Thank you for inviting us from Vilnius University to join you in celebrating Constitution Day. I would like to give the floor now to Professor Dr. Algirdas Taminskas from who was the first head of the Parliamentary Ombudsperson's Office of the Republic of Lithuania, former Justice of the Constitutional Court of the Republic of Lithuania, Judge of the Supreme Court of Lithuania, and Professor of Practice at Vilnius University. But as moderators, we need to remind all the speakers that we have to stick to the program, and therefore you have 15 minutes for each presentation. If you fail to stick to the time framework, we will signal. Good morning. As is customary in such conferences, the introduction of a speaker is a real compliment to his or her real activity as well. I was reminded to stick to 15 minutes requirement. I'll try to do that, but if you know me, you really know that I like to talk. But I will try to do my best to stick to the time requirement. And I was thinking of planning my presentation and mentioning the main aspects of the establishment of the Ombudsperson's institution, the first years of its activities, our understanding of our work, and our institution's assessment, and to address everyday situations that we faced in our institutions. It was not very easy for us as a new institution, and we faced challenges quite naturally. It is quite understandable, and I try to outline my presentation. I had many photographs, but finally I decided to show only one. I have different excerpts from newspapers and journals. These are the first parliamentary ombudspersons in 1995, the 8th of December, as we were appointed then to offices, and the photographer of the parliament captured our team. We were 4 men and 1 woman, and we have a late colleague here on this photograph as well as me, Algirdas Jankauskas. In 1993, a law on parliamentary ombudsperson was adopted. At that time, I was the advisor to the Committee on Legal Affairs of the Parliament. I also had the opportunity to contribute to the drafting of the law. At the end of 1994, the procedures were launched as the law was adopted. I do not know the criteria that were used by the then Speaker of the Seimas, Česlovas Juršėnas, to choose the candidates. I was among the candidates. Well, I refused first, but then I was convinced that I needed to join this institution. We had 5 candidates. We had a smooth voting procedure. And the head of the Ombudsperson institution was appointed. And on the 22nd of December 1994, a decision was taken, and I became the head of the institution. And perhaps because I was the only among the 5 to have my PhD from the Lithuanian University. Maybe this was the reason for my appointment. Colleague Šidagienė, we have here among us, she recalls it quite well. And then a decision needed to be taken on the place and headquarters of the institution, and we were given an office in the parliamentary building, which was free from tables. Well, the preparations were very slow, but for equipping the office for us, but we decided to move on and to work. And colleague Šidagienė, that you saw on the photograph, offered to buy office resources, and this was our first assembly. Well, the issue of the headquarters or the office was considered for a long time. The process was complicated. We worked within the building of the parliament in different offices that were quite at a distance from each other. Well, luckily we did not need to win any contests for our position, and it was therefore easier for us to choose the staff. And we understood then that we need the resources from the regions. And the parliament had vehicles purchased for members of parliaments, and we were also given a vehicle. And we used special resources for that were still left. It was quite an awkward beginning. Since 1995, we continued our activities in establishing the framework. The state was quite weak in financial terms. We had great needs. We needed computers and other equipment, which was later on purchased. In 1993, an agreement with the United Nations, and we received support and we had representatives of the development program under the United Nations, and we got support from them. We bought many things, and finally, when we saw that the resources were missing, we found the donor from the United Nations for additional funding. And thanks to this funding, we had the opportunity to learn from the experience of foreign institutions. And the Swedish Ombudsperson institution was the first institution that we visited to learn from the experience. And the Swedish Ombudsperson was the head of the European Ombudsperson institution, who could advise us a lot, and therefore we are grateful to the Swedish for this. We cooperated with Poland a lot. In Poland, the Ombudsperson was a very charismatic personality, and she was very strong activist on human rights. And Tadeusz and Adam Zelenskis were next ombudspersons in Poland. We will have a Polish presentation as well today, so we also had good cooperation with Poland. Many young people who are in this hall would not understand the situation that we experienced. The laws were adopted in large numbers, and old laws were amended. Legislative framework had to be established. We saw bureaucracy because of that. So one of our priorities was the proposal on amending the laws in order to reduce bureaucracy. One article says that in 2.5 years' time, we made 40 proposals on legislative amendments, and 18 amendments were finally adopted. Now, if we move to human rights and human side, and our role as human rights defenders, colleague Gintaras Godas said it quite right, that our institution was confused with the parliamentary institution. And we understood that we need to achieve public trust. We need to be uncomplicated. Therefore, we had to have strong powers to be trusted. And the decisions that we take were binding. When we started our activities, we received a complaint in court due to our decisions, and the court said that our decisions should not be binding. And we had different claimants. And finally, we decided that our decisions should not be binding to prevent from taking us to court. But of course, we had to ensure that our decisions were implemented and that we were trusted. And we used to travel around Lithuania a lot. We would meet people, would bring claims from the regions around Lithuania. I will give you a very interesting story. We had a high number of claims on the restoration of real estate. And we had information that land institutions in the regions were abusing their powers and were violating the rights of the people who want to restore their real estate. And I actually invited my colleagues to analyze the situation. And I also decided to go in there, and I saw a lot of people in the land management institution, and I was prevented from entering because there was a long queue. And actually, I decided to wait in a queue, and I spoke to people who were convinced that they will not have a meeting today, and they were quite skeptical about their rights, quite skeptical about the possibility of restoring their real estate. And these were very practical but very down-to-earth concerns of people. And I decided to enter the office, and I wanted to surprise them and ask that to ask the possibility to ask a question. I knock on the door and I enter and I see that the office is empty. Well, an angry woman left the office while I was sitting in the had left the office while I was sitting in the queue. And I saw this angry woman in the office finally. And they actually attacked me in an angry manner. And actually, I was introduced by my assistant. And actually, the official in the office was very surprised. And I said that, well, I've seen everything that I needed. Then another day we went to Panevėžys and we were stopped by road police. And actually my number plates were disclosed thanks to the road police. And well, actually, the police decided to have no confrontation with me. I was not checked by them at no point. Well, I have many examples that I have with me of examples of corruption. And we tried to give this information to the media. And we had a booklet with all the information for the people on land restitution issues. And in the evening, I believe I will be able to share some more with you. Thank you.
Ačiū labai pirmajam kontrolieriui. Na, iš tikrųjų, labai įdomus prisiminimas.
Thank you very much to our first parliamentary ombudsperson. We could go on listening to your interesting stories for hours. Unfortunately, time is scarce. Maybe many still remember you, or perhaps many still have questions regarding parliamentary ombudsmen. That's why we still receive those questions as to which offices do the parliamentary ombudsmen take in the building of the parliament. But that's no longer the case. The ombudsman has their own premises. And now I turn to the representative from Sweden. Sweden and its parliamentary ombudsman's institution is one that has been there for centuries, and it is an institution that we take example from. Today we have with us Mr. Erik Nymansen, the Chief Parliamentary Ombudsman of Sweden. We will hear from him the origins of the Swedish Ombudsman and what were the goals to establishing an institution, how did they manage to evolve. So Erik, the floor is yours.
Let me start by congratulating the Lithuanian Ombudsperson's institution and the Lithuanian people on the institution's 30th anniversary. Congratulations. Many thanks for the opportunity to talk about the Ombudsman in Sweden, and indeed the first Ombudsman in the world. I will give you a historic background and some reflections on our constitutional status and the importance of Ombudsman institutions from a Swedish perspective. Before I start, just a few words about my own background. You heard my name. I've been the Chief Parliamentary Ombudsman in Sweden for 4 years. Before that, I was a justice at the Supreme Administrative Court for 12 years, and before that, Director General for Legal Affairs at the Ministry of Finance. The Swedish Parliamentary Ombudsman was established 216 years ago in 1809. Why was it established? My answer is, it all had to do with Russia. Let me frame it historically. 100 years earlier, in 1709, Sweden lost the war against Russia in the Battle of Poltava, located in present-day Ukraine. The Swedish King Charles XII was on the run. He fled to Turkey. The king was absent for many years. During his absence, someone had to keep an eye on things back at home. There was a special need to keep an eye on judges and officials, making sure that they did their job or acted in accordance with the law and with the will of the king. So, someone came up with the idea to introduce a new role, a supreme ombudsman. The ombudsman would supervise the state and act as a deputy to the king in his absence. The role was introduced a few years after the lost battle and is still in function. A century went by. Then in 1809, Russia attacked us again. The result of the war was that the eastern part of the country, today's Finland, was lost to Russia. Consequently, the French Emperor Napoleon and the Russian Tsar agreed that Sweden should be divided in two. The south part of Sweden would go to Denmark, and the rest would go to Russia. Sweden was in crisis, on the brink of collapse and cease of existence. In this dark hour, urgent action was necessary. Vital parts of the Swedish society gathered together to overthrow the king. He wasn't really up for the job. Parliament was assembled. The country needed a new constitution and a new king. They worked fast. A new constitution was drafted in only 3 weeks. In spite of the tight timeline, they came up with a quite remarkable and innovative result, which lasted for more than 150 years until 1974. When it was repealed that year, it was the world's second oldest constitution after the American one. One of the pillars of the Constitution of 1809 was the introduction of a parliamentary ombudsman. The founding fathers of the new constitution strived to strengthen the position of parliament and the rule of law. They were inspired by 2 things. Firstly, the ideas of the Enlightenment, which is separation of powers. Secondly, by the bitter experiences of kings having governed the country single-handedly. Separation of powers became a core value. Consequently, the powers of the king's ombudsman and the powers of the parliament's ombudsman were separated. With the ombudsman, Parliament sought to establish a nationwide control. At that time, Sweden was terribly corrupt. In this vast and thinly populated country, there were plenty of big bosses who ruled as they pleased and got away with it. Parliament aimed at counteracting this corruption. They wanted people to trust in the state, and they wanted to settle their accounts with officials who, by means of violence, threats, and other forms of ficklessness, dominated the citizens and filled their own pockets. It was a bold and quite revolutionary reform. You have to remember that the new constitution was drafted in a time with a very strict social order. A very small portion of the people had the right to vote and to hold public office. Despite this, the new constitution stated that each and every citizen, any ordinary and simple person, no matter of class or gender, had the right to make a complaint to the ombudsman and was entitled to justice in relation to authorities of the state. I'm still very amazed over this progressiveness. I'm ombudsman number 67 or 69, depending on how you count. We have all been lawyers, except for the first, and I dare say, most important one. His name was Mannerheim, a name that might sound familiar to many of you. His brother's grandson was the famous Finnish field marshal. Ombudsman Mannerheim was a prominent figure of the Swedish Enlightenment, and he was feared. He went under the nickname the State Whip. Although I can be quite severe in my own ruling, I doubt that anyone would give me such nicknames. Largely due to Mannerheim, the Ombudsman institution quickly became a success and was considered to be an important contribution to the rule of law. During his first year in office, 1810, Mannerheim made a large number of inspections all over the country on horseback and received 22 complaints. Today, we receive 15,000 complaints, and we don't use horses anymore. A few decades after the establishment, Parliament wrote proudly, and I quote, "The institution is thus one of the expressions of the care for sanctity of the laws, the sensitivity to the abuse of power, which is a special characteristic of the Swedish people." I'm not sure that it's a special characteristic of the Swedish people. I think all people want justice and no abuse of power. Coming back to present days, over 200 years later, the original ideas of the Swedish Ombudsman still apply. Although the mandate has remained mainly the same, our working methods have varied over time. During the 1800s, the Ombudsman was primarily a prosecutor. During that century, 649 judges and 150 county governors were prosecuted. Today, the Ombudsman is still a prosecutor who can bring charges against a civil servant who has committed a crime in his or her official capacity. However, we rarely use this power nowadays. The Ombudsman is also the exclusive prosecutor in certain cases, for example, when it concerns ministers or members of the Supreme Courts. In the beginning of the 1900s, a new method was added to the toolbox, not through legislation, but through the Ombudsman's own practice. Ombudsman began issuing so-called decision with criticism, critical rulings, and we still do. We issue around 500 decisions every year, criticizing authorities for not complying with the law. I now would like to turn to a more general view on the Ombudsman. In the 1900s, the Swedish Ombudsman finally got colleagues. First in Finland, 1919, and later in Denmark and Norway. As I understand, there are ombudsmen in 130 countries today. It's a legacy to be proud of. I would go as far to say that the Ombudsman is one of Sweden's most important export products, along with IKEA, ABBA, and Spotify, we have made a Swedish mark in the world. The word ombudsman, it is probably the only Swedish word that has made it into the English vocabulary. But above all, the ombudsman is Sweden's only contribution to international law. We've been around for a long time, are well established and known to the public in Sweden. We have almost become an idiomatic expression. If someone feels maltreated, the expression in many other countries would be, I will sue you. In Sweden we say, I will report you to the ombudsman. In many ways, this is a fortunate position, but it also carries a heavy responsibility. It is vital that we manage our mission with excellence in order to continue deserving the respect of our citizens. It is important that we continue to deliver high quality and relevant decisions and continue to be perceived as an objective, non-political, independent enforcer of the law. Today, there are 4 of us sharing the task of ombudsman, all appointed by Parliament. As our predecessors, we have all a background as Supreme Court or Chief Justices. The majority of our staff are junior judges. Needless to say, our routines and working methods are very court-like. During my time in office, it has struck me that our rulings are seldom questioned. When authorities receive criticism from us, they very seldom complain or call it unfair. And most importantly, they seem to do their best to comply with our ruling. I'm sure that our work has a thorough and positive effect on the public administration. I would like to end my intervention by making a few comments on our constitutional status in light of our time. The Swedish constitution contains only a few rules related to the parliamentary ombudsman. For example, there are no specific rules regarding our independence. Some amendments aiming and strengthening our independence have been made recently. An ombudsman is appointed by Parliament for 6 years instead of previously 4 years, with the possibility of extension for 3 years at a time. Dismissing an ombudsman is now require a qualified majority in the House. These amendments were supported by all political parties in the Swedish Parliament. We ombudsmen argue that the strengthening of the ombudsman's independence is needed and have proposed some amendments to that effect. Having seen the development in some European countries, as well as other parts of the world, a constitutional guarantee for independence seems crucial. The Parliamentary Ombudsman's mission is as important today as it was 200 years ago. Firstly, to contribute to legal certainty and to the public administration's compliance with the law. Secondly, to ensure that the fundamental freedoms and rights of people are respected and that the principle of objectivity and impartiality prevail. I strongly believe that an independent supervision of how public power is exercised is a fundamental cornerstone in a vital democracy. Thank you.
Thank you for a wonderful presentation and a very important term that ombudsperson's institution is a whip which can be used against public institutions. Now it is an honor for me to give the floor to Professor Dr. Alexander Petrishin, who is acting chairman of the Constitutional Court of Ukraine. He is a member of the Ukrainian Science Academy and professor at Yaroslav the Bright University. And the topic to be presented by Professor is very important for Lithuania. The Ombudsman's right to address the Constitutional Court and constitutional proceedings initiated by the Ukrainian Parliament Commissioner for Human Rights. And the situation in Ukraine is very important for us because this is relevant to our country. So, Professor, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Lobodene. Distinguished college, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me to address this distinguished audience on behalf in the Constitutional Court of Ukraine at the 12th Annual International Scientific and Practical Conference of Constitutional Law, dedicated to the Constitutional Day of the Republic of Lithuania and the 13th anniversary of the establishment of the Parliamentary Ombudsman Person's Office of the Republic of Ukraine. Allow me first to express my sincere gratitude to the organizer for the kind invitation to take part in this remarkable event and the warm hospitality. Over the years, the Constitutional Court of Ukraine has enjoyed fruitful and friendly cooperation with the Constitutional Court of Republic of Lithuania. We deeply value for exchange of experience, professional dialogue, and the mutual support that unite our institution in our shared commitment for the principle of democracy, the rule of law, and the protection of human rights. We are particularly grateful to our Lithuanian partner and the Lithuanian people for the unwavering solidarity and support for Ukraine as our country continues of defend its enduring and democracy value in the face of enjoying Russian aggression. Your moral, your political, your humanitarian assistance has been and remains of immense importance to us. And now I will continue my speech Ukrainian. Конституція України визначає, що парламентський контроль за додержанням цінних прав і свобод людини і громадянина.
The Ukrainian constitution stipulates that parliamentary control on the conformity with the Constitutional Court is taken by the representative of the parliament. In terms of separate laws of the commissioner, Ukrainian Constitutional Court has underlined a special importance of the functions of this institution. The existing legislation and the Ukrainian Constitution and the Ukraine's ombudsperson's law stipulates that in order to carry out their functions, Ombudsman has the right to appeal to the Constitutional Court There are two types of such appeals on the conformity with the Constitution and other laws, and also the legislation in Ukraine and Crimea and its conformity with the Constitution and legislation of Ukraine. Article 15 of Ombudsman's law underlines the nature of Ombudsperson's appeal to the Constitutional Court. This is defined as a reaction to violations of the Constitution of Ukraine, its legislation, and international agreements. Well, on the one hand, Ombudsperson and the institution's activities are related to the defense of human rights, and the other function is related to the oversight whether the legislation is in line with the Constitution and other laws. The status of Ombudsperson as an independent institution is stipulated in the Ombudsperson's law. According to this law, the institution can be independent subject under the Constitution. And this institution can play as an actor in the constitutional process. Ombudsperson can not only act as an initiator to appeal on human rights protection and constitutionality in terms of certain pieces of legislation, but at the same time is a full-fledged participant of the processes, and this can be seen in the case law of the Constitutional Court of Ukraine. And we have a representative of the Ombudsperson of Ukraine who is a very frequent guest in the Constitutional Court. 19 decisions were taken in cases on constitutionality of legislation, and one decision was taken on official interpretation of constitutional provisions. In 5 cases, Ombudsperson's appeals were merged with the appeals from other bodies, and in 17 cases, the court concluded that contested provisions were in conflict with the Constitution of Ukraine. So it was in 17 out of 20 cases. What were the appeals about? Well, these items of the constitutional contestment were related to Ukrainian laws, laws on trade unions, their rights and guarantees of their activities were contested, and also legislative norms on the restitution of financial savings of Ukrainian citizens, and also on legislation provisions on election of mayors and also legislative provisions on labor insurance against accidents, and legislative provisions on insurance in labor, and provisions of the law on psychiatric help, on state aid for large families, on corruption prevention, and on certain pieces of legislation on the control of accountability of certain officials in Ukraine. While these were mostly related to constitutional rights and freedoms and their defense, ombudspersons also appealed to the Constitutional Court on the challenges related to certain codes of Ukraine, the Code of Civil Proceedings, Family Code, the Code of Administrative Proceedings, and the Code of Criminal Proceedings, the Labor Code, and others. Appeals were also made on the legislative provisions taken by the parliament on the Crimea situation and the organization of referendum in Crimea. And the Constitutional Court ruled out that any referendums in Crimea were unconstitutional. The court provided official interpretation of the Administrative Code of Ukraine and its Article 276, state guarantees on the restoration of savings of the citizens, the election of mayors, compulsory insurance against accidents, and also in the area of adoption, administrative arrest proceedings, and hospitalization of incapacitated persons in mental hospitals. State aid for large families with children, administrative violations, control of the implementation of legislation, and status of the referendum in Crimea. I want to point out that these issues were in one or another way related to the constitutional rights of citizens. And by its rulings, the Constitutional Court helped to ensure human rights in a number of areas. And these rights included religious rights, health rights, and others. The Constitutional Court actively considered its previous case law, the provisions of international law, European standards, internationally recognized standards, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights of 1948, the Declaration of the Rights of the Child of 1959, the Declaration of the Rights of persons with disabilities, the Convention on the Rights of the Child, international pacts on civic and political rights, cultural rights, European Social Charter, and also acts adopted by the General Assembly of the United Nations. And also the report on the state of the rule of law approved in Venice in 2011. Today, the Grand Chamber of the Court is deciding on 5 cases on the constitutional appeals by the Ombudsperson's Office, and they are related to the Code of Criminal Proceedings, the constitutionality of the law on civil service, which deals with social rights of civil servants, on the constitutionality of other rights and laws in Ukraine, and also on state financial guarantees in healthcare, on the protection of citizens against communicable diseases. We had to consider some of the pieces of legislation in greater depth because amendments needed to be adopted due to the amendments in the budget and certain definitions within the budget. Questions of importance relate to annual adoption of the state budget were considered from 2022 and 2024, and I believe that similar issues will continue to dominate the Constitutional Court. Well, I thank Acting Chairman of the Constitutional Court of Ukraine and for sharing his experience and trying to prove how much the Ombudsperson's Office can contribute by appealing to the Constitutional Court in order to amend certain pieces of legislation. This contributes to the improvement of human rights protection, but also to the consolidation of the statehood. In Lithuania, we do not have such a right conferred on parliamentary ombudspersons. We have discussed the possibility of that, and a constitutional amendment was proposed on that. Unfortunately, there was a lack of supporting votes to adopt that, but I believe that it is high time we renewed this discussion and debate because this is a really important instrument for the state. And now I'd like to give the floor to Professor Dr. Skirta Žalimienė, President of the Supreme Administrative Court of Lithuania and Professor at Vilnius University. Well, we feel much affiliation with administrative courts in Lithuania. We use different instruments, but we work in similar fields. Professor Žalimienė will speak about bureaucracy as an opposition to humanity and its consequences on human rights.
Be galo malonu šiandieną čia būti ir turėti žodį ir iš tikrųjų visų pirma.
It gives me great pleasure to take the floor in today's event, and certainly I would like to extend our congratulations to the Seimas Ombudsperson's Office and its head on this anniversary. I do believe that your institution has been truly successful, and administrative courts can attest to the success of this institution. The topic of my speech today is quite broad. However, I would very much like to look for these connections between the Seimas Ombudsperson's office and the administrative court, and in general, and the administrative courts in general. As we know, the activities of the Lithuanian Seimas Ombudsperson's institution are functionally complementary to the activities of the administrative courts. They are subsidiary to the activities of the administrative courts as far as they relate to the protection of the rights and legitimate interests of individuals. The interaction between the Seimas Ombudsman and the administrative courts reflects the broader principle of the integrity of the system of control of public administration and protection of human rights. The activities of both the Lithuanian Supreme Administrative Court and the Parliamentary Ombudsman are united by a common mission, which is the protection of human rights and freedoms in the field of the functioning of state and municipal institutions. Both establishments implement the imperatives of responsible governance, accountability of the government to the public, and protection of human rights, arising from the constitutional principle of the rule of law. Both courts and ombudspersons exercise the control function, control over the activities of the state and municipal officials, ensuring the legality and validity of public authority decisions. And today, we might raise many questions. Let's say whether the ombudsman should be active and promote legislative changes. Is the ombudsman in competition with the judicial authorities of the state, in particular the administrative courts? And we can conclude that both the ombudsman and the administrative courts share the same objectives. The nature of our activities, however, are fundamentally different. The institution of the ombudsman is not based on coercive influence. Rather, it is based on the principles of persuasion, recommendations, and the power of moral authority. The ombudsman is therefore most effective when public authorities do recognize the importance of its role, and when the principles of the rule of law are actually enshrined in practice. The Ombudsman's mission, I believe, is not to coerce, but to persuade, to promote voluntary correction of the behavior of public authorities and the implementation of standards of good administration. The work of ombudsman complements the work of the courts in several aspects. First of all, when dealing with complaints, the ombudsman may apply, I believe, wider assessment criteria compared to the courts, relying not only on the principles of legality but also on other principles. Bureaucracy, which is enshrined in the law on the parliamentary ombudsman, although is a measure in the work of ombudsman, it also coincides with the remit of the administrative courts. And secondly, the ombudsman is more accessible to the public and has more flexible procedures and can therefore ensure a more expeditious response to irregularities. Thirdly, an ombudsman can act proactively by initiating themselves in investigations, making proposals to improve legislation, which is actually not typical of courts. And we cannot afford that, by the way. After all, bureaucracy in general is when something is not done to the full extent to enforce the law. I believe the Seimas Ombudsman's office should also be active. Both the law on administrative proceedings and the law on the Seimas Ombudsperson, there are provisions revealing on the connection between the Ombudsman and the administrative courts. For instance, the law does not provide for the possibility for the administrative courts to investigate certain decisions of ombudsman. According to Article 18 of the law on administrative proceedings, administrative courts are not assigned to investigate decisions of the Seimas Ombudsman, the Intelligence Ombudsman, or the Ombudsman for the Rights of Children. The Constitutional Court has stated already that the Seimas Ombudsman is an independent and autonomous, additional or subsidiary, non-judicial institution for the defense of human rights. It is important to note that the Seimas Ombudsman is characterized by functional duality. It not only controls the implementation of human rights, but also acts as a redress institution. It supplements the judiciary institutions that does not compete or encumbers the accessibility of justice. Although the complaints against the Seimas Ombudsman cannot be filed with the administrative court, administrative courts can continue to address disputes between individuals and the state or municipal institutions. According to Professor Birmantene, the limitations for the administrative courts not to investigate complaints to the ombudsman guarantees the independence of Seimas Ombudsperson. I would also like to mention that in the case law of the Supreme Administrative Court, we often deal with situations where certain notices or decisions or non-acceptance of decisions by the Seimas Ombudsperson in our case law, we do not investigate such complaints against the Seimas Ombudsperson, and we maintain the position in that Article 18 on the administrative proceedings cannot be deemed as in conflict with the constitutional right to appeal to court. There are cases when people go to courts claiming that they cannot complain against the decisions of the Seimas Ombudsperson and that violates their constitutional rights. And so our court has ruled that even though such limitations, constitutional limitations exist, it does not mean that our court cannot look into any attempts of public authorities to procrastinate decision-making. And we indeed had one case where we looked into the actions by the Seimas ombudsperson, whether or not the decision-making by the office was procrastinated by referring the issue to other institutions. And so in 2018, we analyzed a case that was concluded with the dismissal of the awarding of damages. So there are certain opportunities for our court to look into the actions by the Seimas ombudsperson, but there are a few ways to award redress in those cases. In this respect, we do meet the European standards, those that apply to the European ombudsperson, and we are also in line with the positions of the European courts. We cannot file complaints against the decisions made by the European ombudsperson. The administrative proceedings and the case law of administrative proceedings are also related to that, because we cannot rule on cases where there are no administrative outcomes following that case. Another aspect that I would like to talk about is the ability for the Seimas ombudsperson to be more active, to more actively exercise the right to apply to the administrative court. And I have in mind the initiation of normative proceedings. The law on administrative proceedings, and its Article 112 in particular, and the law on the Seimas ombudsperson, as you're well aware, it's Article 19 in particular, provide for the right of the Seimas ombudsperson to address the Supreme Administrative Court to rule on the compatibility of legislation to rule on the compatibility of certain legal norms with the legislation. This is the right that has not been actively resorted to by the ombudspersons. In the report of 2022 of the ombudsperson, we see that the Seimas ombudsperson has recommended the Ministry of Justice to be more active in making sure that environmental laws and the criteria contained in it are abided by, those that are not in conflict with the Aarhus Convention, and take measures to make sure that Article 112 of the Administrative Proceedings law is amended. So this is there is some room for improvement in this respect, both in the areas of environmental protection as well as in others. The Seimas ombudspersons could be more active when it comes to initiating normative proceedings more actively. We know that the Paris principles on the independence of the ombudsperson apply to our Seimas ombudsperson's office, and our institution also respects those Paris principles. On the other hand, I am grateful to the Seimas ombudsperson's office for cooperation with our court. And it is important to note the cooperation on an equal footing between our court and the Seimas ombudspersons. Very often, the ombudspersons rely on the official administrative doctrine of our court and vice versa. In its administrative case law, the administrative court has deemed the Seimas ombudsperson's office as an important institution involved in seeking redress. So very often in our administrative case law, we rely on the decisions of the Seimas ombudspersons mainly in cases related to the limitations faced by foreigners or migrants. So, to conclude, one might say that the interaction between the two institutions reveal on the importance of the connection between the two institutions in making decisions aimed at ensuring redress in human rights violation cases. The right to good administration is another one that is being protected in our case law with regard to the decisions taken by the ombudsman. In other words, we follow the decisions that the Seimas ombudspersons take as regards the right to good administration to monitor the things that happen within the public administration institutions. So I would like to end with that. I wish all the best in your future endeavors and in shaping your practice and your institution that we rely on. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, while listening to interesting presentations, but actually this is the violation to the right to coffee. And now we have an even more important right, the right to lunch, and we cannot violate that. And therefore, I ask all the speakers to be laconic. We have still 2 presentations before the lunch break, and hopefully we will have time for discussion part or questions and answers. And I would like to give the floor to Anne-Charlotte Nygaard, representative of the European Union Agency for Fundamental Rights. She is a representative of the institution which cooperates with the ombudsperson's institutions on the national basis in order to ensure equal application of European standards across the European Union. And she will speak about challenges to independence of oversight institutions, because such institutions should be independent, be on time, and be effective. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. On behalf of the EU Fundamental Rights Agency, I would like to congratulate the Parliamentary Ombuds Office of Lithuania. It's a real pleasure and honor to be here. I was asked to speak about the challenges to independence. Looking into the matter, I left the challenges to part of what I'm going to say, but more discussions on how independence is actually expected from on the oversight institutions from the rest of the society. So it's too depressive to dwell on the problems too much. We need to look at the bigger picture. At the EU Fundamental Rights Agency, we consider oversight bodies, ombuds institutions, national human rights institutions, equality bodies as our closest partners and allies to protect fundamental rights and human rights in the EU. Without strong allies, none of us will be able to fulfill our mandate. At the FRA, many times we have heard that how can it be that an institution of just about 100 people look after fundamental rights in 27 member states and 3 candidate countries, and meaning over 500 million people. Then I will now refer to the words of my director, Sirpa Rautio. She used to say, the figure is not 100, it's 3,000. 3,000 people work in national human rights institutions across the EU. And if we add to this ombuds institutions, equality bodies, Council of Europe, OHCHR, judges, and others, it gets to a sizable amount of people. But a strong partner is a partner that can act independently. Also, our regulation for the EU Fundamental Rights Agency says that we need to fulfill our tasks in complete independence. So ensuring independence of oversight bodies it's not something which is desirable, it's essential. Independence, especially from government influence, is the bedrock that allows NHRIs to truly protect and promote human rights. NHRIs and other oversight bodies, of course. The principle is included in the Paris Principles, which is echoed in the Sustainable Development Goals itself, also by the Venice Commission, of course. It's the foundation for the legitimacy and effectiveness of human rights bodies. But still, let's look a few words about the challenges still. NHRIs have their fair share of challenges and threats. To be independent, they depend on well-functioning democracies, a society where rule of law is respected, and good administration. Only these are actually preconditions for them to operate independently and effectively. And this environment is unfortunately not always guaranteed. Oversight bodies are not always able to perform their tasks free from government influence. I was very pleased to notice earlier today when Erika Leonaite mentioned that this is not the case in Lithuania when speaking. In some circumstances, leaders and staff of NHRIs have been subject to intimidation and reprisals. In the research of the Fundamental Rights Agency carried out a few years ago, we saw that 4 out of 31 NHRIs stated that employees or volunteers were threatened or harassed on a monthly basis. 1 NHRI reported threats or harassment on a weekly basis. 6 NHRIs saw their institutions or employees being targeted by malicious lawsuits. And that was a few years ago. Related to this is the broader civic space situation. NHRIs are called upon to defend civic space and to ensure that freedom of association, expression, and assembly remain vibrant. They must do this amidst harassment and stigmatization that the civil society organizations themselves experience in many instances right now in some member states. NHRIs are indeed allies in defending an enabling environment for civil society organizations. But this fight is in some member states becoming increasingly difficult. Let's now turn to the EU level, because at the EU, there is an increasing trend of having, or it has started some years ago, to discover the importance of independent national human rights institutions. Increasingly, NHRIs are assigned oversight and regulatory mandates under EU policy and law. Let's start with the Migration and Asylum Pact. The screening regulation states that NHRIs shall participate in the operation of the independent monitoring mechanism and may be appointed to carry out all or parts of the tasks of the independent monitoring mechanism. And this is cross-referenced then in the asylum procedures regulation. Another example is the conditionality requirements for EU fund in the context of the Common Provisions regulations. NHRIs are invited to participate in monitoring committees for the EU-funded programs. The third example I wanted to mention is the AI Act. The AI Act empowers in Article 77 national public authorities which supervise or enforce fundamental rights to request and access documentation about high-risk AI systems. So under the AI Act, what you see is a kind of a David versus Goliath scenario, where NHRIs may be expected to bring big tech into a line. While the Fundamental Rights Agency welcomes attempts to use existing human rights protection structure to address fundamental rights issues posed by the use of AI, we stress that those structures must be adequately supported to do this work when choosing to do this work. In spite of the recognition and importance of independent national human rights institutions at the EU level, a horizontal legal recognition of NHRIs at the EU level is missing, like we have for the equality bodies, for instance. However, new tasks are really matched with additional funding and resources that would ensure independence. Let's now turn to the bigger picture. Given this overview of establishing and emerging challenges, there's little doubt that independent NHRIs is central to a state's obligation to protect democracy, the rule of law, and fundamental rights. These institutions occupy a unique independent space between government and society. They are not only human rights defenders cooperating with civil society actors, but they are democracy's last line of defense as well. The Fundamental Rights Agency is also paying attention to this in the present scenario, and we actually decided to partner up with the Danish National Human Rights Institute, Danish NGOs, umbrella NGOs, in the context of a conference standing up for democracy and rights, which will take place in Copenhagen now during the Danish presidency. FRA has been tracking the accreditation status and mandates of NHRIs across the EU. The 2025 update was published in April. This one examines also how NHRIs are involved in monitoring compliance with fundamental rights in the use of EU funds and how they use the EU Charter for Fundamental Rights when advising governments or carrying out education, training, and awareness-raising activities. We have also, for some time, been working on a tool, an online tool on which describes the mandate and cooperation structures of NHRIs, ombuds institution, equality bodies in the EU. The reason for this, why we devoted quite a lot of resources and time to this, is that, as we have heard, many ombuds institutions are multi-mandated. Other situations, other countries have a situation that there are many single-mandated ones. And to able to create the synergies and cooperation to the work, including for our own work, we thought that such a tool could be helpful, and we're going to put it online, hopefully now in November. And it's hopefully we hope that it will be a practical tool and a useful tool for anyone who wishes to engage with national human rights institutions and oversight body to facilitate cooperation among human rights actors. It becomes ever more important that for those countries that have an HRI in place with a broad human rights mandate and a distinct role to support the coordination and cooperation between other human rights actors in the country. And this will ensure a coherent approach to human rights so that no gaps arise. Human rights is overall going through rainy days globally and in Europe as well. Strong and independent national human rights institutions are the main line of defense for human rights. And I believe that this is particularly relevant in times like this, when the normative framework for human rights is being questioned sometimes. Thank you.
Ačiū labai, Charlotte, už pranešimą,
Thank you, Charlotte, for your speech and for emphasizing the importance of independence. For those institutions, indeed, that have the status of a national human rights institution, the independence of these institutions is the essence of these establishments. Thank you once again for this reminder, which means that a lot of work is pending for us because there are a number of human rights issues pending, and there are a number of different human rights institutions all around the world. But that's why we have these institutions, to withstand these storms. In the meantime, to conclude this part of our conference, I would now like to give the floor to an assistant professor at the Nicolaus Copernicus University in Torun. This spring, he presented his work at the Constitutional Forum, and today he will speak on constitutional legalism as an ombudsman's virtue. So please, Assistant Professor Dr. Wojciech Vlok.
Thank you. I am the last one. Thank you, Professor Jolita, for inviting me for this conference. Okay, I will tell you a story about ethics of ombudsman, not about the law. As you see, it's about constitutional legalism. I will start with Plato's question, and I will go through some thoughts about Rawls' answer, Aaron Kant's answer, and I will end with a story about three people. Okay. Sorry. Okay. I always start with Plato. Okay. Sorry. My presentation is that. Okay. The question of what qualifies a person in public office should possess has accompanied political thought since Plato. In the statement, Plato argues that a proper political system is one in which governance is exercised by someone who both understands the art of ruling and embodies the virtue of the ruler. The virtue consists, among other things, in acting in the good of the city-state, namely polis. Yet, disillusioned by his journeys to Syracuse and decline of Athens, Plato concludes that such politicians are either extremely rare or do not exist at all. Therefore, he suggests that we must seek in second best option, and an imperfect arrangement that nonetheless allows citizens to live a reasonable good life. According to Plato, what distinguishes good regimes from bad ones is the rule of law. The rule of law requires political actors to restrain their impulses and ambitions, acting instead in accordance with legal norms. In the imperfect world of politics, actors pursue their partisan aims and deepen division, but the law acts as restraint on these destructive tendencies. Thus, even if democracy is imperfect in Plato's eyes, a democracy governed by law remains better than any regime without it, namely without the rule of law. Still, every political order carries within itself the seed of decay. For Plato, democracy offers a particularly vivid example of this claim. In simple terms, the democratic people may make poor decisions driven by prejudice or ignorance, then can also be manipulated by demagogues whose rule violates the standards of legality and often slides into tyranny. Hence, there must always be, writes Plato, some people in the city who have a rational account of the constitution. And although in the famous Republic, Plato does not answer the question of how to save democracy from itself, in the last book, The Laws, he proposed an institution just toward the solution, namely the Nocturnal Council, composed of individuals who understand the principles and purpose of just legislation and who has possessed the competence to correct existing laws. The destructive potential of democracy will thus be tempered by a meritocratic body without real political power, one guided not by emotion or demagoguery, but by the reason and knowledge. Such a body would influence political actors through its authority and expertise, rather than sovereign command. The Nocturnal Council can't be interpreted as early vision of a body upholding constitutional legalities, which implies first that state authorities must act on the basis and within the limit of the law, and the second, that they are bound by constitutional principles and values. Constitutional legality thus compels political actors to act for the common good and restrain the destructive forces inherent in politics. Modern constitutional democracies realize the Platonic ideal of the rule of law and expert supervision through institutions such as Constitutional Court or a central bank. Similarly, the office of the Ombudsman may be seen as fulfilling part of the function of the Nocturnal Council. It guards constitutional legality, particularly in the sphere of fundamental rights and freedoms. Although the Ombudsman lacks sovereign powers, the effectiveness of this office depends greatly on the personal qualities of its holder. What then are the virtues that an ombudsman should possess to fill this role? John Rawls identifies a virtue closely related to the constitutional legalities, namely the virtue of reasonableness. The reasonable person, he writes, has the capacity to propose fair terms of cooperation and to abide by them willingly. provided others can be expected to do the same. Reasonableness entails the ability to justify publicly and to respect mutually the rules and standards that govern the social interaction. And a reasonable person understands that rational individuals pursue diverse conception of the good and order their values in the different ways. She also recognizes that reasonable citizens adhere to different comprehensive political doctrines, philosophical doctrines, and religious doctrines, which means that it essentially affirms the principle of reasonable pluralism. Unreasonable persons, true rational, lack this capacity. In pursuing their particular aims and doctrines, they neither propose public principles nor agree to be bound by them. By contrast, the reasonable person can distinguish between political and constitutional questions, acknowledging the primacy of the latter. In Kantian terms, she embodies moralität, the disposition to act not merely in accordance with a norm, but out of respect for the norm itself. The Kantian concept of legalität means then that an actor acts in accordance with norm, yet does not make it the motive of their action. For example, compliance may simply be advantageous to them. The virtue of legalism, however, requires that an attitude of moralität. That is, the actor will to act out of regard for the norms of the Constitution. Guardians of the Constitution, such as ombudsman or constitutional judges, should place constitutional principles and values above their personal worldview. Their commitment to constitutional legalism becomes a virtue when it flows from personal reasonableness. For those exercising political power, practicing constitutional legalism is particularly challenging, as they have the means to pursue personal or partisan goals through power itself. In contrast, bodies without political power, like ombudsman, can embody constitutional legalism more fully, for it constitutes the very raison d'être. The ombudsman who upholds constitutional rights and freedoms, regardless of political preferences, exemplifies this virtue in practice. We'll make some shorts. Okay. Instead of conclusion, let us imagine three persons and three kinds of personal attitudes. Person one thinks, let others follow the rules, and thus preserve the institution that provides stability and opportunity, while I will make an exception for myself. If I can evade punishment, I will bend or even break the rules. Person one recognizes that constitutional democracy is valuable, yet gives priority to personal advantage, except in extraordinary cases maybe. For person one, individual good always takes precedence over the good of the political community. She may be rational, but she lacks the virtue of reasonableness. Next person, person two, reasons differently. Constitutional democracy not only guarantees me equal rights and freedoms and the opportunity to hold office, it is itself a great good without which a good life cannot be imagined. I am therefore willing to sacrifice my particular good for the good that is constitutional democracy. Person two requires no coercion or external incentive to act according to democratic principles. She knows with Aristotle that man is by nature a political animal and that human beings can live well only within a well-ordered institution. Person two recognizes that individual goods are easier to achieve when social interaction takes place within the framework of sound institutions and just rules. Such a person is therefore both rational and reasonable. and we have person three. Person three views democracy as intrinsic good. For me, it is the realization of the best conception of justice humanity has yet achieved. Whatever benefits it brings are secondary. Its value overrides all other goods. For person three, comparing the good of constitutional democracy with any other goods makes no sense. It is the highest expression of justice. For person two, good institutions and just rules are of primary importance, and she pays no attention to personal goods or interest. It can be therefore said that she possesses the virtue of reasonableness, but she disregards ordinary practical rationality. From Aristotelian standpoint, both person 1 and 3 represent extremes. The former denies genuine good of democracy, the latter sees no good beyond it. Person 2, by contrast, recognizes that the good of the constitutional system is both her own and that of all citizens, and that private goods can only be realized through the framework of constitutional institutions. The ombudsman evidently should be person 2. The virtue of constitutional legalism is therefore does not require absolute or blind obedience of the Constitution, but rather its application in a way that takes into account the good of both the citizens and the political community. In this sense, it is closely related to the virtue of justice. Aristotle writes that justice alone of the virtue is thought to be another's good. Because it is related to another. For it does what it advantages to another, either a ruler or a co-partner. For constitutional democracy, what matters above is the good of fellow citizens. And one can only be co-citizen within the framework of constitutional institutions. The virtue of constitutional legalism is the means leading toward this end. It is all from my part. Thank you for your attention.
Ačiū už labai puikų pranešimą.
Thank you for a wonderful presentation. I enjoyed it. Well, actually, it is worthwhile looking for historical roots in terms of constitutions. We also had searched for the roots for our constitution in the tribunal of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. Ombudspersons can find their roots in the Plato's theory. Aristotle has also contributed to creating this theory. Also, thank you for your insights. Well, we have saved some time. We have an opportunity to have questions for our speakers, so I open the floor for questions. Could you please introduce yourselves? You can open the panel in front of you and you will find a microphone there. Please use the microphone.
Sveiki, advokatas Aivaras.
Hello, lawyer Aivaras Žilvinskas. My question is about the limits of a mandate of an ombudsperson's institution. Well, from the foreign guests, we have understood that this institution can be a strong whip. And in the Lithuanian context, it should be mentioned that the Parliamentary Ombudsperson's Office, that is very beneficial institution, has becomes a national human rights institution of the top level, headed by Mr. Normantas. And now its mandate has been extended to include human rights protection. According to the law on Ombudsperson's Office, the Ombudsperson's Office cannot investigate the failure of the Seimas to act or abuse of power by the parliament. Whereas in the Constitution, the exception is given to judges only. So what should we do here? And especially if we're ordinary people, when we see that the parliament abuses its power and refuses to act. And actually, maybe this is a constitutional level question, or maybe we should make this whip stronger in Lithuania, because if the whip is so lenient, we might face additional possibilities of bureaucracy or of abuse of power. Could you please choose the recipient of your question? Well, it is an open question for anybody willing to answer it. Well, I have my opinion. We should do this. Well, this is my professional disease, actually. So where should we start? So let's see at the situation we have. Let's analyze the situation. We have to start the understanding of what the parliament is. The parliament is the representative institution of the nation, which is elected by the people. Elected by the nation. We have elected a parliament. Well, some MPs are liked by some people and some are not. They are representatives of the nation and they represent the nation. So if I see that if this parliament or the majority of it representing a large part of the nation, I don't like, and I don't see any democratic whip for that. So the only choice is to elect a parliament that is in line with the vision of the majority. But because this is the essence of democracy, I don't like it. I can voice my dissatisfaction, but the majority says, well, this is what we have elected, and we are the majority, and we have the right to decide. Thank you. Thank you for your question and your answer. Well, the answer could be that if actually we as the Ombudsperson's institution had the right to work with the Constitutional Court, we would have the possibility to actually reach the legislation. This way we have time for one more question. A lawyer, Remigius Volikas. Well, this is a reaction to your last remark and one of the presentations. You are actually advocating for the possibility to appeal to the Constitutional Court, but not in administrative court. Don't you see that some of the decisions, some of the leading documents do not, well, actually are not in line with the laws and not within the limits of the powers? Well, the Supreme Administrative Well, I will try to answer this question. Well, I'm not a presenter, but I feel the responsibility for the institution. Well, this is a very good remark. You are quite right. Ombudspersons do not use this right to appeal to the Supreme Administrative Court. And actually, we are here dealing with the legal acts adopted by the ministries. First of all, I still would talk about the necessity or the possibility for the ombudspersons to appeal to the Constitutional Court, because the majority of human rights issues are being stipulated in the legislation. And the irregularities that we would like to correct exist in legislation, and this cannot be done by appealing to Supreme Administrative Court. Ombudspersons have a number of tools to achieve their goals, and the main instrument that they have is a soft power. We do not forget this. We have the possibility not only to make claims publicly, but also to enter into a dialogue with institutions that adopt laws. And instead of actually complaining against a certain legislation in court, we are actually addressing the institution that adopted that act personally and try to initiate a dialogue. We actually conduct a number of research, and we find different violations and gaps in leading legislation in relation to laws. Actually, we use this soft power, and therefore we have managed to actually to improve the situation. Well, I will not allow any questions to the moderators, and Professor Taminskas said to me, are we discussing at the expense of the lunch break? So I'm forced to finish this part of the conference to thank all the speakers, to thank you for your patience, and I wish you to have a good lunch. Colleagues, welcome to the last part of this conference. I also welcome the audience online. This is the 12th conference organized on the occasion of Constitution Day, and our today's conference is dedicated to the 30th anniversary of the Parliamentary Ombudsperson of the Republic of Lithuania, and it is my honor to co-moderate this part of the conference with the Parliamentary Ombudsperson. This part of the conference is called Specialized Independent Oversight Bodies, and this part is co-chaired with me by Dr. Erika Leonaitė, Parliamentary Ombudsperson of Lithuania, and I'm Professor Dr. Juozas Vaičiukas, Associate Professor at Mykolos Romeris University School of Law. We don't have much time, so let us stick to the timetable. 15 minutes is given to each presentation, and we will try to remind you if you lag behind. Well, thank you once again for coming back to the second part of the conference on time. And now I would like to introduce our guest, Mr. Andriy Ovsienko, representative of the Ukrainian Parliament Commissioner for Human Rights, and the representative in the Constitutional Court. We have enjoy great and warm contacts with ombudspersons, institutions with Ukraine. The Ombudsman's office in Ukraine is not a specialized institution. It is an institution with a number of mandates, and recently it has been facing great challenges, and therefore it will be very important to hear on executing those mandates in the circumstances of Russian war against Ukraine. We know that circumstances are really very serious and tragical to Ukraine.
Доброго дня, шановні пані та панове. Насамперед,
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to give my the best regards from the Ombudsperson of Ukraine. We are grateful for the opportunity to attend this important event and to make our presentation, to present our position, to introduce the challenges we're working with, and also the exercise of the mandate. On behalf of the Ombudsperson, I would like to express the appreciation for the Parliamentary Ombudsperson Office for humanitarian aid for the officers who had to leave their homes. We also thank for Lithuania's initiative on the international arena in order to make sure that Russia is held accountable for international crimes and crimes of war and crimes against humanity. Thank you for that. Now, briefly, some historical circumstances. The Ombudsperson's office in Ukraine has a constitutional framework. It means that its status is stipulated in the Constitution, which is the basic law of our country. And we have a special law on Ombudsperson, on the Ombudsperson of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine. This is the official name of the title of the law and the office of Ombudsperson. The Ombudsperson carries out parliamentary oversight in order to ensure that human rights and freedoms are observed within its jurisdiction. But the goals of the parliamentary oversight are the protection of human rights and freedoms, and also constitutionality of legal acts and legal norms in Ukraine, and also the prevention of any forms of discrimination, protection of confidential information, personal data. The mandate of the Ombudsperson is quite wide, and this extent is explained by our legal system. Without the competences defined in specialized law, the Ombudsperson's office carries out another function, which is the protection of personal data. The mandate of our office is based on the fact that the activity of the Ombudsperson is stipulated in the amended legislation. Appeals to the Ombudsman's office, similarly to appeal to court, is stipulated in the constitutional, in an article of the Constitution. The Constitution of Ukraine was adopted nearly 30 years ago, and it set out certain situations that a country might be faced in other stages of its development. The activity of the Ombudsperson's office cannot be limited by war or martial law. So this allows our Ombudsperson's office to work without any limitations during the war. And one of the most important pieces of data is the number of appeals to the Ombudsperson's office from Ukrainian citizens and Ukrainian citizens living abroad on the rights and freedoms during the full-scale invasion. Since 2022, the number of appeals has increased nearly threefold. In 2022, we had 42,000 of appeals, and now the number of appeals is more than 120,000. This is the number of appeals that our institution has to deal with. We need to address these challenges with them growing every day. The circumstances which Ukraine lives under today, in line with the unprovoked full-scale invasion of Russia. The Ombudsperson's office has faced great transformation. Ombudsperson's office, its secretariat, was structured according to 9 strategical directions of activity. And for each of the directions, we have a person responsible who is responsible for carrying out the functions in the area. I will briefly discuss every of those 9 areas or functions. So the first one dealing with veterans, families of soldiers, and human rights of other people in the system of bodies in the security and defense sector. I will remind you that the invasion to Ukraine has been going on for more than 3 years. But this area has been established since the full-scale invasion in Ukraine 3 years ago. It is responsible for the monitoring of places of detention of prisoners of war, protection of the rights of prisoners of war, protecting the rights of Ukrainian citizens in the temporary occupied territories or abroad. This is a very specific area of activity because it includes the headquarters of the coordination headquarters who deal with the issue of deported children from Ukraine. Ombudsperson and its representatives actually work in the coordination headquarters. The activities in this area are very complicated, but the numbers reveal the efficiency of our activities. 6,233 people have been freed as prisoners of war, including 372 civilians. Another department is responsible for children's rights. This department is responsible for monitoring visits to institutions in order to ensure the rights of children in the institutions, also the rights of children temporarily displaced, help in return of children to Ukraine or their transfer to family-based care, and also activities of the Child Rights Protection Center, which operates in accordance with the Barnhouse model, and also the protection of the rights of the children who have been victims of the crimes of war. In cooperation with the state authorities, NGOs, and international partners, Ukraine has managed to secure the return of 1,676 children to Ukraine. This is a big number of children that does not include all the data existing in reality. According to different estimations, this number could be tens of thousands of children. But it shows that Ukraine has a clear plan how to return every citizen to Ukraine. Every citizen who has been deported illegally to the territory of Russia. We have a strategy on the return of deportees. It is implemented in the framework of the initiative of the President's office. It has been called the Peace Formula. In order to make sure that every citizen and every child is returned to Ukraine after their deportation from the country. Coordination headquarters are active in protecting the rights of prisoners. We also work with the civilians, not only with the prisoners of war soldiers. So we have recently established an institution dealing with issues in this area. More than 50 countries around the world have joined this initiative. And this number shows that this issue and the extent of the problems that Ukraine faces in fighting for its citizens and the return of the citizens from the Russian Federation to Ukraine is seen as an important matter around the world. Another important initiative, Bring Back Kids to Ukraine, and here Ukraine combined the efforts of its own institutions and international partners on the issue of returning children to Ukraine. Ukraine and Canada are the leaders of this initiative. Currently, we have 43 partners in this coalition. In September this year, a mechanism was launched on gathering all the data about the children deported from Ukraine, and resources for this pilot project are provided by partners, and we're very happy about that. Another area of activity that was established as a separate, work is dealt with in a separate department, is the representation of people and the protection of the rights of people who have been victims of armed aggression against Ukraine. This department deals with the protection of the rights of internally displaced persons, persons forcibly deported, and also the rights of citizens in the temporarily occupied territories. The area of temporarily occupied areas has increased, and therefore this has led to a completely new process in our country. We have a large number of internally displaced persons who leave the war zones and move to safer areas and territories. And for this, we needed to implement a number of measures in order to ensure their social protection, healthcare protection. And here the ombudsperson works hard in cooperation with the local and municipal institutions. Thanks to the ombudsperson, the integration of internally displaced person was implemented. New decisions were taken in order to make this a separate national program. The Secretariat of the Ombudsperson together with other international partners defined minimal standards for the places of accommodation of internally displaced persons. The governmental order made a clear definition, legal definition, of the standards of temporarily internally displaced people on the territory of Ukraine. Thanks to the efforts of the ombudsperson, education legislation was amended to include children internally displaced in order to unify the standards of education for children living outside the territory of Ukraine or who have been temporarily displaced internally, so the children can easily integrate in the place of displacement and fully integrate into the unoccupied territories in Ukraine. In the year 2024, a law was adopted on the consequences of the Russian aggression for the property of the citizens. And we adopted the regulation on documenting the harm and damage done to the property. And the database established will help people to effectively obtain compensations in the cases where their property has been destroyed by the Russian aggression. All these issues are under the auspices of the Ombudsperson's office, and today we're looking for new ways to improve the activities. There is another department responsible for social and economic rights. Full-scale aggression leads to a number of violations of economic and social rights of our citizens. And here, within this power, The ombudsperson is working on ensuring social protection, the rights to labor, rights to property, the right to healthcare, education and culture, consumer rights, and the right to safe environment. We know that military activities in Ukraine are a great threat to our environment and sometimes pose an ecological threat. The blow-up of Kakhovka Dam within the hydroelectric power station is a great example of that. And this continues in the form of the occupation of a nuclear power station. We also have the Department for International Cooperation and European Integration. We cooperate with international organizations and partners, and we deal with European integration, cooperate with international diplomatic institutions. In the context of the steps of Ukraine towards its European integration, this includes establishing a roadmap. It requires a great amount of resources from Ukrainian institutions, and the Ombudsperson's Office of Ukraine is very actively involved in that. The Ukrainian nation has expressed its will to make this issue a priority. We have another department responsible for monitoring equal rights and freedoms, rights of national minorities, political and religious beliefs. This department seeks to work on the prevention of discrimination, This is a very extensive area of activities. Therefore, it led to the establishment of 2 expert councils under the representative of the Ukrainian Parliament Commissioner for Human Rights on Equal Rights and Freedoms, rights of national minorities, political and religious beliefs. Another department within the Ombudsperson's Office is the Department for the Implementation of the National Preventive Mechanism. In this area, the Ombudsperson helps to ensure the rights of persons who are in prisons, and the next department is responsible for monitoring information rights. It is tasked with monitoring in the field of personal data protection in accordance with the international standards. We know that in any democratic state, this issue is extremely important, and in the context of war, the amount of sensitive information increases. This information can be used against the security of the country. Therefore, the Ombudsperson and his or her office is carrying out the functions of the national institution responsible for the protection of personal data. It carries out the monitoring and also protects of the rights of the right of citizens to appeal and the access to information.
Посередньо до мого відання.
And the last department was responsible for monitoring the right to fair trial and procedural rights. And it also deals with representation in the Constitutional Court. I have been working within this department for a long period of time, and here we deal with monitoring the procedural law in order to ensure that human rights are protected within the legal process. This is the second department according to the number of appeals received. So this was a brief introduction of the institutional structure of the Ombudsperson's office. And now I would like to move the pursuit of our institution to ensure full access to it in every corner of Ukraine. So in every major city of Ukraine, we have at least one representative of the Ombudsperson. We have an established network here, and in many regions, well, we hope that this will be done in every region. Regional Human Rights Protection Center, we have 6 of them. They work as hubs where every citizen can make an appeal. It is also a communication platform which allows openness and access to all members of society. These centers have proved to be very efficient in a short period of time. We have had pilot projects. We have launched a pilot project on mobile centers of serving citizens that live in very complicated conditions. For example, in places with active war activities or the centers for serving displaced persons. Well, certainly this is related to great risks to the staff of the office, but we understand that we need to reach out to every person and every citizen. Our activity would not be possible without the support of our partners and friends. We appreciate the support and help. We hope that it will continue and will allow us to achieve positive results and finally win in this war and to ensure that human rights protection issue will be the core issue in Ukraine. Thank you.
Nuoširdžiai dėkoju už tokį išsamų pranešimą ir tikrai veiklos sritys, kuriuose
Thank you very much for an in-depth presentation and on informing us on the vast areas of activities where the Ukrainian ombudsmen work in. I could never have imagined that in a discussion on different resources and ways to manage different mandates, colleagues from the Ukrainian equivalent institution is dealing with a number of different other challenges. So you definitely serve as an example where in seemingly impossible conditions you can actually do so much and people can definitely feel the results of your efforts. So you are an inspiration for us, and that perhaps we should complain less about some domestic issues and focus more on making sure that nobody else is forced to deal with those issues that you are dealing with. So hopefully the situation that you find yourselves in will end soon. So thank you very much, and our respect goes to you. In the meantime, let us move on to our second presentation in the second part of the conference, to be delivered by Professor Dr. Toma Birguntienė, professor at Mykolos Romeris University. And she will focus on specialized independent institutions, a critical look at success, failure, and unexplored avenues. Thank you very much. Well, colleagues, it is difficult to deliver a presentation in the second part of the conference. It is easy moderating in the first part, but not so much delivering a speech in the second part of the conference. There are my colleagues, including the President of the Constitutional Court, the President of the Supreme Administrative Court, and the Seimas ombudsperson. All of them have discussed a lot of things that my seemingly scientific topic should overview all of them. The topic is rather broad, but when I was preparing for my speech, I realized that perhaps I bit a bit more than I could chew, something that I may not be able to review in depth. So let's take independent and specialized institutions. The concept of these independent specialized institutions can be interpreted widely. And today we have already heard in the introductory word by Ms. Miliuvienė, as well as other colleagues, including our foreign guests, that the separation of powers is definitely important, and the cooperation between the different branches is also nonetheless important. However, next to these state authorities, there are other quite important institutions. The discussions concerning constitutional courts have subsided lately, because in those discussions we were considering the constitutional courts as another branch of the state power. In Lithuania, however, we have concluded in those discussions that the Constitutional Court is deemed as part of the judiciary. So what could those independent institutions be in our country? Based on our constitution, that should be the National Audit Office, the Bank of Lithuania, and in a broader sense, including economic affairs, there are a number of various regulatory institutions in charge of monitoring certain economic trends. As for the status of independence and whether or not all of these institutions can be attributed as independent institutions, I looked into the constitutional doctrine and the jurisprudence of the Constitutional Court, and how can these specialized independent bodies are understood as being independent. So when it comes to media affairs, the national broadcaster, the Constitutional Court has made a number of different rulings explaining the constitutional doctrine in it, and the understanding of the freedom of the media derived from Article 25 of our Constitution. And the independence in those interpretations is understood as independence from political parties and interference by them. So we are talking about certain criteria that are characteristic of this independent institution in particular.
Kad turi būti valstybės kontrolė nepriklausoma nuo Seimo, prezidento, vyriausybės.
As for the National Audit Office, the Constitutional Court that deemed that it should be independent from the Parliament and the government. In other words, these independent institutions and the criteria of independence of these institutions might be interpreted differently. The Seimas ombudspersons, the institution that we're focusing on today, is also one of these independent institutions defending human rights and ensuring human rights. What are its guarantees of independence? Apparently, the Constitutional Court has not been looking that much in depth into the feature of independence of this institution in particular. It has only been deemed by the Constitutional Court that the ombudspersons act independently. But I believe one of the criteria identified by the Constitutional Court is the feature of the claims by the ombudsperson not to be contested at courts. However, the Constitutional Court has not developed a wider constitutional doctrine on this institution per se. Perhaps, if need be, in the future, we might see greater elaboration on the independence of the Seimas Ombudsperson's office. And as for the other characteristics of independence, they have been already discussed in the previous speeches. In one way or another, we must admit that this is an establishment that enjoys independence. As for the independence of the courts, the Ombudsperson's institution seems to be a subsidiary one that is subsidiary to the courts. However, the European case that we've lost confirmed that the right to seek justice at court it must be guaranteed, and so the this fundamental human right has been interpreted in many ways, but it will continue to be reinforced through the European Court of Justice rulings. So if we look at the guarantees of human rights enshrined in our Constitution, the Constitution of ours speaks a lot about the catalog of human rights, saying that it is based on the doctrine of innate human rights, and this catalog of human rights contained in our Constitution is not finite. Neither are the guarantees of human rights, and in many cases the Parliament has as in its discretion to expand that catalog. And if we look at the guarantees of the human rights, the Seimas Ombudsperson's office is an exceptional institution in this respect, in that they analyze the complaints on the abuse of power by officials, which is related to the legislative provisions guaranteeing our citizens the right to criticize our government. This is an important guarantee of human rights contained in our Constitution. However, this right cannot compete with the rights that our courts have. And it's a pity that these guarantees have been narrowed to those that have been granted to you as the ombudspersons. If we look at the law on the same as ombudspersons, all major officials of our country are identified, and apparently the legal regulation does not grant as many rights to you as you would like it to be. As for the control that you can ensure, at the one hand, you are entitled to monitor the different implementation of the different legal norms, but at the same time you have to monitor the implementation of human rights. And its constitutional content, though, these are two different functions that the institution implements. They might be balanced, but maybe that's when they receive certain criticism because they cannot ensure that easily proper balance between the two functions. So the multifacetedness and functional duality of this institution, meaning guaranteeing control and implementation of human rights, shows that perhaps in the future we should treat the functions of this institution in a wider perspective in the future. Which brings me to the second part of my speech, where I would raise the question whether or not we are searching for a different model of our ombudsperson's office. Although this year we're celebrating the 30th anniversary of its existence, however, bearing in mind the different regulation existing, I believe that so far we have not established a solid model for this establishment. This institution of ours was born out of the Constitution of 1992, whereas there's great variety of models existing across Europe. So our model has been quite modest and in existence for not a very long time, and it is therefore quite difficult to align our model with the examples that exist elsewhere. A few words on the intelligence ombudsperson. There's no doubt how important the field that is being regulated by this institution is. This is an institution that protects another institution that protects human rights. The Constitutional Court has ruled that we did a good job by establishing this kind of institution, but I do believe that the Parliament has at its discretion to contribute to the oversight of intelligence activities as well. However, if we look into the mandate of the Intelligence Ombudsperson's office per se, it is related to the oversight of the abuse of power of intelligence officers, as well as the oversight of bureaucracy existing in the field. And I believe that the Seimas ombudsperson and the intelligence ombudsperson have a very specific area of activity. When the Parliament adopted a dedicated law, the Constitutional Court ruled that it is compatible with the Constitution. However, it did not say that there cannot be another piece of legislation that could introduce additional regulation.
Seimo kontrolierių, būdamas vienas iš Seimo kontrolierių, manyčiau, kad jo veikla būtų daug labiau ir žinoma ir galbūt būtų net ir.
However, being an intelligence ombudsperson, the position is lacking greater publicity compared to the Seimas ombudsperson. And there's still a lack of clarity on the number of the Seimas ombudspersons. Mr. Tominskas has mentioned that in the beginning we had 5 of them, and the number was reduced with time. I'm not sure why. Maybe they were too diligent, and maybe with reduced numbers, the publicity of their activities has also been reduced. So now with the legislative amendments, the number should increase ultimately to 3. And perhaps it will lie within the we will have many questions when it comes to the competence of the 3rd ombudsperson. If we supplement Article 12 of the law on Seimas ombudspersons, additional competence will be stipulated, allowing the ombudsperson to look into small complaints So I would, I do believe that it would make more sense to reinforcing that mandate. The competence will be expanded with these amendments. If we grant them the competence to look into complaints, even though the functions are expanded, the mandate will remain the same. It will only be about an additional function, raising question as to how the third Seimas ombudsperson will look into those complaints and how will those complaints be addressed. With the introduction of these amendments, we will also be forced to address the issues of filing complaints against the decisions by this kind of ombudsperson. So, in conclusion, I could say that so far, we don't have a very clearly established model of an parliamentary ombudsman, one that exists in other countries such as Sweden. And so after 30 years of the establishment of the Seimas Ombudsperson's office, we are still in the search for a better system. Thank you.
Priklausomą perspektyvą. Tai ačiū ir
Now I would like to give the floor to our next speaker. It is a privilege to me to give the floor to Birutė Sabatauskaitė, Equal Opportunities Ombudsperson of the Republic of Lithuania. She is a person that leads by the example in protecting the rights of the most vulnerable groups in society, and those groups that are mostly discriminated against. And the topic of her presentation is very intriguing. When can we expect equal opportunities for everyone? So, please, the floor is yours. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to congratulate you on Constitution Day and also on the 30th anniversary of the Parliamentary Ombudsperson's Office. And I hope that this independence remains to be stable within the European Union, and in some countries within the European Union we see stepping back. And hopefully in Lithuania we will be able to protect the rule of law and withstand the decline. Well, I do not promise an example for you, but bear with me. Well, briefly, I will not speak about theoretical framework, and also will not discuss the remit of our institution. This is a mixed-type institution. It is not characteristic of Lithuania only. It is a separate, specialized institution that examines the claims on possible discrimination, conducts investigations on the initiative of the ombudsperson. We consult, we carry out the prevention of discrimination, carry on educational activities, and also promote equal opportunities. We control the implementation of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. So this is the new function. And another new function is the regulation within the board of directors in companies. Well, I look into the improvement of situation with the help of our institution. It is possible only when people can have unhindered access to institutions and that they have confidence that their rights will be protected. For this, we need such institutions that can take proactive steps as well. To illustrate this, in 2024, we asked people about what social groups are most discriminated against. And people with mental or intellectual disabilities were mentioned as the most discriminated against groups. Also, the top ranking places were given to persons with physical disabilities, older persons. I wanted to speak in detail about the complaints that are investigated by our office in terms of disability. The statistics of 2024 into our office shows that the majority of them are on three bases mostly: age, disability, race, disability, and gender. Well, we provide consultations on many bases, but actually the numbers are given here. We, of course, carry out preventive activities. Last year, we have presented the report on digital exclusion of older people and also discrimination of older people in the area of provision of services, as well as the experience of transgender persons in labor relations. We also examine complaints not only against institutions but against private entities. Sweden has a separate institution responsible for equality, which is not under an umbrella of institutions, in order to focus specifically on concrete topics and the defense of certain groups of people. Well, I will not speak about theory in this case, but I would like to say that the basis of disability will be discussed in more detail. The Constitutional Court has clarified that the list of grounds of discrimination laid down in the Constitution is not exhaustive. Now, moving to specific cases, the applicant, who is visually impaired, stated that it is impossible to go to to visit the doctor independently without the help of other persons, because without disclosing her data, personal data, to third parties, she cannot enter her data on the screen in order to get a doctor's appointment. And we actually refer to the doctor's office, and we got a promise that a new system will be created for people with visual disabilities. Another example is of the applicant with a mobility disability who had language impairments applied to a Tele2 telecommunication provider, and the applicant had to get the services with the help of his mother. And the company required or demanded the person to give the number, his telephone number, verbally, in order to ensure that he will be using this service. And for this, he needed a mobile signature because he had a company, and he was refused this service. The applicant said that he felt that he was downgraded and publicly humiliated. The representatives of telecommunication company explained that according to the legislation, it was necessary to ascertain the independent will of the person requesting the electronic signature, and no such confirmation had been obtained from the applicant. Well, actually, the case is still pending. We asked for the discontinuation of discrimination. Another example is that on the 8th of May, during the basic examination of basic education achievements, a pupil cannot disclose his knowledge and abilities, resulting in stress and emotional insecurity because no adapted examination test was given to him. Children with special needs need to be given adapted tests. The National Education Agency said that the system of testing is not perfect, and explanations were given that the school had not informed them on time on the disability of the person. But it was finally determined that school submitted the information on time and on the need for adapting the test or the examination for the student. And we recommended the National Education Agency to provide the services that are accessible to all kinds of students or pupils. We do not know the real number of people who cannot use their rights to the full. And therefore, our activities are also focused on improving the situation, on making recommendations onto the future. Another example of a person who had reduced mobility and wanted to have a journey from Kaunas to Druskininkai. He informed the carrier in advance of the need to travel by means of lift adapted for persons with disabilities. And the information was given 26 days in advance, asking for a special bus. But during the day of travel, a non-adapted bus was sent, and the company received warning, and the company promised to review its activities and mentioned that it was a human error. Another area is a bank recruitment case. A complainant with hearing disability stated that she had applied for the position of a specialist in banking operations. After receiving an invitation to a job interview, she informed that she had hearing disabilities, but she could communicate, lip read, and communicate in writing or in English. But the bank refused to further consider the applicant's candidature, explaining that although the work is mainly focused on internal banking processes, a lot of work is done in teams. There are a lot of internal meetings that exist. When we speak about the rights of persons with disabilities, the United Nations Convention guarantees not only accessibility, but also stipulates that individual adaptation should be ensured for some persons with disabilities. Well, the bank finally said that the functions were largely related to internal processes relating to the work with the computer. The bank did not provide evidence that it had taken the necessary measures to find out that the applicant would not be able to perform the job functions assigned to the post due to her disability, and that the creation of personalized, adequate working conditions, minor change, adaptation of the job functions would have been impossible for the applicant. Another case is the post-delivery of Omniva, and Omniva so far has no possibilities for visually impaired persons to be independent in collecting their parcels. Some parcel collection centers have the possibility of remote opening of the postal boxes, and some postal delivery services have the Braille, but Omniva has not implemented the recommendations. Well, thanks to public pressure, they will hopefully implement that. Today, I would like to speak about some inconsistencies. The decisions of our institution, even of recommendation nature, can be appealed against in courts. An applicant lodged a complaint with our office claiming that the minor daughter with mobility disability could not enter the building of the doctor's office because the building was not suitable for persons with a mobility disability, and we recommended improving the accessibility. We concluded that the accessibility was not ensured according to the United Nations Convention, and this case actually reached the court. And the Supreme Administrative Court concluded that the office recommended the office and said that the office did not investigate whether alternative possibilities of obtaining services for a patient exist. We made an investigation and we found that the doctor's office had made it possible to discriminate against persons with disabilities, since the services of a neurologist at home could not be provided, which was not permitted by the legislation in force. And during the litigation time, the doctor's office installed the necessary adaptations. Another example, well, I have no time, is the Center for Quality Assessment in Higher Education. And here courts made a different conclusion. The applicant with mobility disability applied to our office because he could not independently enter the building of the institution, and the services requested were provided in an alternative way. The office stated the case of discrimination because the service could not be provided in the same manner as to all other students. The institution stated that it did not discriminate against the person with disabilities by accepting documents outside the building, and the applicant could also receive services by contacting the institution by email. The court concluded, well, this is a very important case law in Lithuania in considering accessibility, that the applicant was not given the opportunity to obtain public services in the same way as all other persons, because the institution did not submit evidence to the file that people with disabilities are informed about access to public services. What additional measures are provided for in the institution? And the court of first instance wrongly stated that the applicant had to prove why he did not choose alternative options for obtaining the service. In this case, it is important to differentiate and ensure that persons with disability must have access to all forms of service provision. Based on the accessibility and reasonable accommodation obligations, according to the United Nations conventions, the ex-ante obligation exists for all groups of society. If a person with mobility disability goes to a public institution which is accessible physically, but due to specific disability cannot use the ramp, for example, in that case, individual adaptation of the accessibility would be considered as access, ensuring access. Well, there are 14 bases that we can examine the claims, especially in the areas of goods and services, in labor law, infrastructure, public services, education, and accessibility prevents people with disabilities to learn, work, and participate in public life in general. Out of 150,000 of people able to work but disabled, 30% are actually employed. Well, it is not only the reactive function that is needed from institutions. Institutions also need to work proactively in order to improve regulation, to establish strategies. And in this case, we need continuous education on obligations. And on the national level, we need clear strategical commitments in ensuring equal rights, irrespective of the vulnerable group. So that brings me to the end of my presentation. I just want to stress that independent institutions can operate only when the state ensures both positive and negative obligations, and proactive actions are undertaken to ensure the rights of people whose rights are violated. And another important aspect is the existence of effective remedies. We need to ensure effective remedies for people in order to prevent discrimination.
Thank you very much. So we've heard that there are cases indeed where which we do not even consider to be denial of rights, be it the ability to press a button or request any assistance. So thank you very much for your proactive, not only reactive efforts towards making sure that every person can enjoy human dignity. Yes, thank you indeed. And let us now give the floor to Professor Dr. Edita Žiobienė, Ombudsperson for Child's Rights of the Republic of Lithuania. She's also the Professor of Practice at Mykolas Romeris University, and today she will talk on the role of the Ombudsman for children in contemporary society. Good afternoon. Congratulations as well on the 30th anniversary, as well as on Constitution Day. I believe that only the hardcore enthusiasts of the field have remained with us. Today I would like to talk not only on the children's rights ombudsperson institution as well as on the constitution of ours and its article that provides for the establishment of the Seimas ombudsperson's office as well as other control bodies in our country. We used to have a specialized course at Mykolo Romeris University on specialized bodies, but now working as an ombudsperson for the rights of children for the past 15 years, I can give you my own insights on the effectiveness of such institutions, maybe even on my perspective on European similar bodies. Certainly, with the help of the specific provision of our constitution, our independent bodies were established. So we are celebrating the 25th anniversary of the Children's Rights Ombudsperson's office. We might wonder why only 25 years ago our institution was established. And let us not forget that the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child was adopted in 1989. And Norway adopted the convention only 30 years ago, so we could not have expected Lithuania to adopt those children's rights protection provisions even earlier than that. There were a number of different heavy discussions on whether or not it was necessary to adopt the provisions of the UN Convention. However, the late 20th century and the increasingly democratization processes demonstrated that different countries adopted different approach. Professor Kūris has once said that Lithuania has important different ideas from the different parts of the world. Likewise, the Seimas ombudsperson's institution was apparently taken from the Swedish example. However, that was not the case with the Children's Rights Protection Ombudsperson. Many countries took the Swedish model as an example and established their own institutions to fight against the abuse of power by officials, while others took the Spanish or Portuguese approach. That's the approach taken by our neighbors, by Latvians and Estonians, as well as by the UK, by Azerbaijan, Moldova, and others. We could find such human rights institutions that combine a number of different mandates, including one related to the children's rights protection. But that's taking the protection of human rights in a broader sense. Now, Lithuania opted for a different model, one that was also chosen by Poland, the UK, Belgium, and certainly Scandinavian countries in corpora, as well as many other European countries, where children's rights, independent children's rights ombudsman institutions were established. However, there are differences between those institutions as well. Our colleagues, let's say in Scandinavia, they do not look into complaints. As regards bureaucracy, with regards to the children's rights, they are addressed by the Ombudsperson's institution, whereas other issues, they are more of a general nature. Our colleagues are more engaged in promotion of children's rights, raising public awareness on the emotional health of children, and so on and so forth. Certainly, we live in a different context compared to the Scandinavian countries, and I don't even want to remember the discussion regarding the beating of children, demonstrating the different approaches toward children. So, in general, the model that we have chosen, one that is similar to the Polish independent ombudsperson's institution, we then focused on our mandate. In Lithuania, it was clearly stipulated that the Children's Rights Ombudsperson Office was to deal with all the issues pertaining to the children's rights and monitoring the children's rights in our country. According to the standard of children's rights contained in the UN Convention. Certainly, by ratifying the UN Convention, Lithuania has adopted, in addition to that, a law on the fundamentals of the rights of children. But I would like to point out that we're not only dealing with bureaucracy issues, we are addressing every possible issues related to children's rights. Well, for instance, last week, on Wednesday, we had to report to the Seimas committees where we had to address health or education-related issues. And this might surprise you, we had to also cover the issues related to the law on owning rifles. There are a number of issues that are related to the children's rights, so we cover a wide array of issues. To digress a bit, I have to say whenever we discuss the state's budget, those discussions usually happen within the Ministry of Finance and not within the Parliament or the government. And that ministry often asks us what kind of new functions do we carry out, because the budget can only be increased if new functions are added. But nobody rewrites the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. So we cannot expect any new functions emerging in the field. In the meantime, everyone can address our institution, including the children. And indeed, we do have cases where children apply to us. Certainly, they are not able to lodge a comprehensive complaint to us. But that's where we have the discretion to launch our investigation of our own. And that's the case usually when we receive the complaints from children. The number of children foster care establishments has been reduced, and maybe this has something to do with the reduced number of complaints received from the children. But we used to have a high need to look into the violation of the rights of children, those children who are institutionalized. These were usually the cases when children would address us in groups. In any case, we would always try to establish a contact with children and assist them. There were also cases when children would abuse their power to file a complaint. In any case, we would try to assist them, and whenever they would cross the line, we would also try to help them with that. The most problematic situations are the ones that receive wide publicity. It has been said that we do not suffer from major political interference, but believe me when I say that over the past 15 years of our existence, there were different cases that we had to deal with, and our former ombudsperson, Ms. Šalaševičiūtė, present today, could also confer that as well. Certainly, this has something to do with the lack of adequate reasoning by some groups of population, but there are also some politicians that had to do with that as well. There were cases when we had to report to the parliament on particular cases without revealing the identification of children, although the politicians were very much interested to getting that information. And the most difficult part is saying that we cannot say that Lithuanian authorities are functioning perfectly 100%. I was once asked to give a positive example of the cases that we had to address, and I could not come up with any of them. All of the processes that we are dealing with are quite sensitive, and it's often the case that we're unable to address those cases right away. Even though the situation improves, you can never know how things will evolve in the future. The saddest part of our work, though, is that it is often the case that we are dealing with situations that have procrastinated. These are usually dealing with bullying, bullying at schools, and these are cases of severe bullying involving injuries. In those cases, we try to engage into a wider discussion the school and the school community. These are certainly not the cases when the ombudsperson must be involved first and foremost. It should be state institutions. But we often receive referrals from different institutions, cases when the public expects other state authorities to take respective decisions, although that's not up to them to take those decisions. There's still a tendency in our society to expect that higher-ranking public authorities will take charge in some of those cases. So in such cases, we're hoping for greater reason from the public and from other public authorities, bearing in mind that different issues are involved in some cases, including procrastination, illegal behavior. In any case, we hope that all the institutions that we're working with will ultimately admit that some kind of misunderstandings occurred. The dispute usually occurs between an individual and a particular public authority, and the ombudsperson is that bridge between the two. This brings me to our decisions. There are people who tend to get surprised by the recommendatory nature of our decisions. This has to do with the historical development of our institution. I do believe that there is a sense of respect for public authorities, and there is an understanding of the need to change the nature of activities of the public establishments. Although the law, the law on administrative proceedings grants the right to the ombudsperson to go to court whenever there is reluctance to get engaged with the institution, to go into discussion with the institution. Over the past 15 years, we did not have to resort to this right. Sometimes we are requested to prolong the deadline for a redress requested on our part or for implementing the recommendations delivered by us. But we usually manage to come to terms through discussion. As for the legislative amendments recently proposed, where our decisions could be complained against at court, I can say on our part that the dispute occurs not between the applicant and our institution. It's between the applicant and the public authority that he or she is dissatisfied with. As we look in those disputes, we come to our own conclusion, and if the dispute or the satisfaction arising from the applicant still remains between the applicant and the public authority and not with us. And if some dissatisfactions remain following our decision, the applicant is still given the right to go to court. Any dispute involving the ombudsperson only deepens the tension and makes the process in general cumbersome. There will always be those that will disagree with our decisions. Even when violations are established by us, the applicants respect some kind of redress, but that's when they are also forced to go to court. So this brings me to the end of the overview of our insights, and I can only say in conclusion that whenever we compare ourselves to other countries where they have only one ombudsperson, whereas in Lithuania we have different institutions, I can envisage a new tendency. That is, people tend to ask whether or not we would like to function under the umbrella of other establishment. But our status is not unchanging. But in this case, it is always important to make analysis. Our colleagues elsewhere have already done this analysis, concluding that it is important to have a dedicated institution for the monitoring of children's rights. In the case of Finland, let's say, it was decided that they must have a dedicated institution. Likewise, Ireland did the same. So there is a tendency to go back to the discussion whether or not our institutions should function under the umbrella of other institutions. But whatever model we choose, the most important thing is to make sure that our institution remains independent and self-sufficient, capable of formulating specific recommendations for public authorities and ensuring the protection of children's rights.
Thank you, Professor. And it is a pleasure for me to give the floor to Mr. Mindaugas Kukaitis, our last speaker. He is chairman of the Council of the Lithuanian Bar. Before my office, I had the opportunity to cooperate with Mr. Kukaitis, so we can look into the possibilities for improvement. Well, it is a pleasure to see the most patient ones who waited till the end. The conference is a success. As a partner of the conference, I can see that we have cooperated for 30 years. We have raised a number of issues. I'm glad that we have the opportunity to discuss those matters, and that here in the legislature we can address the issues, and hopefully they will be heard by the Parliament. And the topic of my presentation, together, institutional cooperation in human rights defense. Today, I would like to invite you to make a mental journey over 30 years of our legislation. Lithuanian poet Marcinkevičius said that a life can be fit between letter A and letter Z. And we as lawyers see those letters in a different light. Under letter A, we see administrative law and agricultural right or environmental law. And for us, the lawyers, letter A is important, not because it is the first letter of the alphabet, but because this letter covers our main mission and the right of the bar. It is a coincidence or not. We celebrate Constitution Day tomorrow. 25 years ago, we have declared this day, and therefore I congratulate you with this day and with our mission. We have published a handbook on the doctoral studies of law. Between A and Z in the Lithuanian alphabet, we have 32 letters, which can cover different types of laws, criminal law under C, and so on. But all the rights and laws start with the obligations or duties. I was taught this in my university. But sometimes we see other things, some novelties. If we look at letter E, institutional law, or the letter P, policy law, with no responsibility, with no obligations, only statements that, well, you can elect another parliament in 4 years' time. Politicians who have created a number of laws and put Lithuania as top 1 country in terms of the number of legislation. And a number of those pieces of legislation are called an amendment to an amendment to an amendment. And if we start reading all those laws, we would finish in 2050, at least. And now I would like to speak about letter O, which stands for ombudspersons. The chair of the Committee on Human Rights made a mistake by saying that ombudspersons is the fourth power. The fourth power are the media. We have intelligence ombudsperson, but we don't have criminal intelligence ombudsperson. In criminal intelligence, no person can check the data or criminal records, and any institution can access your telephone even at the end of the sanctions. And intelligence ombudsperson was forced to appeal to law in order to get the right to obtain information from institutions, and institutions still fail to do that. Do we really give the power to ombudspersons to really oversee public institutions? Well, there were two cases that the Bar Association attended. We appealed to the Migration Department for information and also the Center of Registered in order to obtain information with an official appeal, signed, scanned documents, and we got an automated answer or response that your request has been denied because it has not been signed by qualified signature. It is not problematic for us, but what about a simple person? Is the answer the same? So we made a claim to the Parliamentary Ombudsperson's Office, and we had the last claim against the Center of Registers. This is a body that can profit from our own data. Before this conference, I received an email .30 days later, we received a request from on the review of the legislation, on the legal evaluation, on sending the responses to legal requests. Well, it has been acknowledged that it is a bureaucracy and the review will be made now. If we look even further, a person litigating in a court, this is not the ombudsperson's situation, but a person dealing with his lawyer, with the prosecutor and judge. Is that so simple? In cases when parties in court express their doubts about the objectivity of the judge, and this is the appeal for the recursal of the court, recusal of a court. A lawyer defends a client in a criminal case, gets the acquittal in all the instances, and he is summoned for the interview of a witness. A lawyer actually is summoned to give information on his or her client, and the lawyer refuses because this is a confidentiality matter. Prosecutor changes the tactics, and the client is summoned for questioning, and the lawyer is under the recusal. If we move even further, we have an experiment in one district court when a physical check is made on a lawyer, a physical search is made on a lawyer, on a prosecutor. Because the judge is protected from the parties to the litigation. Now let us speak about the constitutional provision that detention and arrest is made only in the place of the crime. In police reports, similar numbers are given that 25,000 of crimes are being investigated, and these crimes differ and vary. Serious and very serious crimes are related to crimes of violence, drugs, murders, or cases of fraud. But if we look at detention statistics, when persons are detained for 48 hours, in the year 2021, the entire town of Druskininkai was detained for 48 hours. In 2023, Anykščiai town for 48 hours, and the detention was prolonged only for Vilkija town. And the numbers here differ after the court hearing. So it means that we give all the rights, but we cannot analyze human relations without a preventive measure. Our interrogation starts with intimidation, with distrust. Therefore, I think we need to have another institution that would deal with the monitoring legal mistakes and recommend the necessary changes. I'm very glad that the last letter of the alphabet is Z, which in the Lithuanian language stands for human rights. And this is the foundation for our security and safety. I hope that my words are not conceived as criticism, but an invitation to continue discussing human rights. And I hope that we can all strive for better protection of human rights to ensure that people trust all the public institutions and the government and courts, and that all the human rights are not lost in bureaucracy. I congratulate you on Constitution Day and wish you courage in your efforts in human rights protection, because responsibility is our main instrument in achieving trust. Thank you.
Dėkojame advokatų tarybos pirmininkui Mindaugui Kukaičiui už pranešimą.
Thank you, Mr. Kukaitis. Now, based on our agenda, we see that it is time for a Q&A session. And right before the summary of the conference, perhaps let's turn this Q&A session into a sharing of our insights, which will be concluded with a summary of the conference and some closing remarks. I know that we have the Intelligence Ombudsperson's office representative today, so we would be very interested to hear some words from them as well. Good afternoon, dear participants. My name is Totkus. I am grateful to the moderators for the opportunity given to me to extend the congratulations of the Intelligence Ombudsperson to the Seimas Ombudsperson and their anniversary. And I do agree with Ms. Birmontienė in that this is a great occasion to discuss the role of control and other independent institutions in our constitutional setup. The idea to establish our Ombudsman's office dates back to 2011. That's when the law on intelligence activities was adopted, and the idea of establishing an ombudsman's institution emerged. In 2021, though, the law was eventually adopted, and 2 years later, a new public institution, which is the Intelligence Ombudsperson's Office, was established, operating in cooperation with other ombudsman's institutions in Lithuania, with a task of ensuring legal, justifiable, and proportionate activities of public authorities and protecting human rights standards. We are an independent institution accountable to the Parliament. As for our activities, we conduct external oversight of 2 intelligence services in Lithuania. We analyze complaints and conduct investigations on the basis of those complaints. Not only do we look into those complaints and conduct investigations, but we also provide consultations to the institutions that are not related to our investigations, but we're also related to intelligence activities. We're also providing consultation to other institutions, to the Office of the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania, to the Gambling Monitoring Institution under the Ministry of Finance, because we're also involved in the control of legitimacy. And certainly, we're also engaged in the promotion of best practices in the intelligence community, and so that's why we're cooperating with other similar counterparts across the EU and NATO, and there are up to 21 of such counterparts. We're trying to share best practices with our intelligence officers. We are involved in the training of our officers, and as I said, we're engaged in providing consultations. So to my mind, we are engaged in striking the right balance between national security interests and credibility of intelligence institutions among our civic society. So without taking much of your time, once again, I congratulate you on this occasion and thank you for the opportunity to say a few words. Thank you very much. Now, would there be any questions at this point to our keynote speakers?
Taip, jaučiu tikrai, kad norim švęsti šventę, o šventė.
Well, I see we are all willing to celebrate the occasion together with our ombudspersons. So with that, let me express our word of thanks to our key partners, without whom we would not have this conference organized for the 5th time. And I'm sure Ms. Birmonten is already thinking about next year's conference and the different topic for that event. So our thanks goes to the Seimas Ombudsperson's Office, to the Committee on Legal Affairs of the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania, the Constitutional Court of the Republic of Lithuania, the Lithuanian Bar Association, for the traditional cooperation. My thanks also goes to all those working in the background of this event. So with that, thank you to Ms. Aidana Bacevičienė. We have been coordinating the conferences for so many years now with you. We're grateful to you, Ms. Bacevičienė, advisor of the Committee on Legal Affairs. We're also grateful to Mr. Laimontas Dainoravičius, our IT specialist, Mr. Samakinas, Mr. Petravičius, as well as the interpreters of the Seimas. Certainly, we're grateful to our sign language interpreters. Thank you to all of you. Without the efforts of all of you, this event would not have happened. And this brings me to the final part of this conference, which is the concluding remarks to be delivered by, indeed, to be delivered by Professor, whose articles I had the chance to read as I was educating myself on the human rights issues. So it gives me great pleasure now to give the floor to Professor Toma Birmontienė, who contributed to the establishment of one of the human rights national human rights institutions, and who could have potentially become one of its leaders. So it is probably symbolical that Professor Birmontienė will be the one to close this conference.
Well, it is a privilege for me to open and close this conference. And first of all, I would like to thank you for coming here. I would like to thank our foreign guests, our Lithuanian guests, our guests from Ukraine, from the Scandinavian countries, from Poland, to all the speakers and members of the audience. I would also like to appreciate the fact that we managed to find new insights, and in our strong and strict discussions, we managed to ensure that constitutional word is being heard. Well, actually, the conference of today was the conference of several statements within the Constitution, which means that this is a very important document for us. It is important that the President of the Constitutional Court is able to join us in this conference. And actually, the Parliamentary Ombudsperson's Office was the main star of today's conference. We were also pleased to hear from the Ombudspersons of the Child's Rights and Equal Opportunities Ombudsperson, and also the Lithuanian Bar. Well, this is a very important partner in all our conferences. And I would also like to thank the Ukrainian Constitutional Court and the President of the Ukrainian Constitutional Court, and also the Ombudsperson of Ukraine, and representative of this institution in the Constitutional Court. Ukraine is an important partner for us. By seeing the experience of Ukraine, we can also witness its steps forward towards the membership of the European Union. We witnessed the real progress made in the area of human rights. Algirdas Taminskas, it was a pleasure to hear you from you as the first parliamentary ombudsperson. I think that we will be able to discuss further during the evening part. Well, you were the first to start this activity. You were so effective, and the number of parliamentary ombudspersons was reduced. Well, I believe that intelligence ombudsperson would have enhanced your institution, but this institution was established as a separate body. It was a pleasure to hear from the Swedish ombudsperson, because we have our roots in Sweden. Well, Russian wars sometimes have really dire consequences and painful consequences. But this gives forethought and gives rise to the establishment of important human rights institutions. It was a pleasure to listen to other presentations, the presentation from the European Agency of Fundamental Rights, representative of the European Union Agency for Fundamental Rights, and assistant professor from Poland. And hopefully we will continue our cooperation with the human rights institutions of Poland and the Constitutional Court of Poland. And I would like to thank Skirgailę Žalimenę, President of the Supreme Administrative Court, because this is a minor constitutional court in our understanding. I'm very happy that Skirgailė Žalimenė was able to attend and to present the challenges faced by the Supreme Administrative Court. Now, I would like to thank you all, to thank the politicians who are not frequent goers to such conferences, and I thank you for your patience. So my thanks goes to the participants here in this call and also to the audience that joined us online. Thank you.
Atsiprašau, Lenkų ombudsmenas negalėjo atvykti.
Well, unfortunately, the Polish ombudsperson was not able to attend.
Padėka studentams. Ačiū.
And also, special thanks goes to students. Thank you. See you next time.